Dear friends, so we are starting our session today according to the program, plus one participant who already arrived and has switched on his presence, and he will be talking. His talk is in the fourth section, but he joined us now, and he will be speaking after Tanya Sertseva. So his turn will be the fifth in our section. And possibly Natalia Kopytka won't be able to join, but she will try. She had some, she lost her voice and she said she cannot speak. But other than that, it seems that we are having almost all our participants. And I hope that we may begin our traditional section on gender studies. And we'll begin from the talk by Nadezhda Alexandrovna Shvedova, who is from the Institute of USA and Canada Studies. And she will be talking on reproductive rights of American women. American Women and Reproductive Rights, the Price of Success. She will be speaking in Russian, and then she will give in the end some main points in English.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. So I would like to say everybody good afternoon. And for the first word, I would like to wish the better situation all over the world, and would like to greeting everybody who is present at this seminar, at this section. So let me to begin. Итак, американские женщины и репродуктивные права, цена успеха.
Второй слайд можно нажать.
Да. Идет второй слайд?
Идет.
Ага,
да,
хорошо.
Пошел слайд, да.
Отлично. Итак, День равенства женщин в США неотъемлем от борьбы за голоса женщин. Борьба за право женщин голосовать в Соединенных Штатах Америки была долгой. Она началась почти сразу с появлением страны, продолжалась по мере расширения избирательного права среди мужского населения и близилась к завершению, когда была принята 19-я поправка Конституции в июне 1919 года и ратифицирована была 19-я поправка, как известно, 18 августа 1920 года. Перед вами вы видите это документ, это резолюция Конгресса, в которой первоначально предполагалась поправка Конституции, расширяющая право избирательного права, право женщинам. Теннесси стал последним необходимым для превращения предложенной поправки в поправку Конституции. Документ был заверен госсекретарем и хранится в Национальном архиве. Следует подчеркнуть, что избирательное движение начиналось как борьба за более широкие права. И изначальная задача стояла бороться за право считаться независимыми гражданами. Речь идет о интересах женского населения страны. И вторая задача стояла – избежать законов об укрытии, так называемых. Это юридическая доктрина, законные права женщины зависят от ее мужа, утверждала. Другими словами, прикрытие запрещало замужним женщинам подписывать юридические документы, владеть имуществом, иметь настоящую профессию. Когда говорят о том, когда началось движение за права женщин в США, то обычно обращают свой взор к 1848 году. Это время, когда состоялся съезд в Сенека-Фоллс, штат Нью-Йорк, и где была принята известная конвенция Сенека-Фоллс 1948 года. Она как раз зафиксировала широкий спектр прав. Это право на образование, право на экономические права, право на хорошую работу, право на владение имуществом и, естественно, туда входило и право голоса. Это то, в чем нуждались, естественно, половина населения страны, женщины. Чрезвычайно любопытна и интересна, конечно же, судьба поправки о равных правах. Речь идет о том, что в 1923 году Элис Пол, глава Национальной женской партии, и Кристал Истман, активистка-юристка женского движения, они предложили поправку, которая рассматривалась, как и до сих пор рассматривается, как важная на пути создания гендерного равенства в США. Очень интересно, драматически, я бы сказала, достойно пера детектива, это судьба этой поправки, которой ни мало ни много, а 100 лет на сегодняшний день. В 70-х годах поправка о равных правах была ратифицирована 35 штатами, но 3 штатов не хватило. И к этому времени, к 1982 году, срок истек ее. Но женское движение в США, естественно, не останавливалось и продолжало бороться за нее. Чем так важна, в чем ее смысл этой поправки? Почему такое значение придается ей? Смысл ее заключается в том, что она должна гарантировать равные юридические права всем гражданам США, независимо от их пола. Главная ее цель заключается в ликвидации различий между женщинами и мужчинами в вопросах: первое – развода, собственности, трудовой деятельности, военной службы и других юридических вопросах. Но не быстро строится дом иногда, но не так быстро строится эта законодательная база. Нельзя сказать, чтобы все с большим восторгом, и включая все женское население, встретили и с энтузиазмом побежали ее поддерживать. Естественно, встретился в обществе и большой протест, который возглавила Филлис Шлафли. Она яркий противник была этой поправки. Была развернута большая активная работа, благодаря их усилиям, и многие ее поддержали, созданием движения. Коалиция в 20 тысяч человек образовалась. Стало это движение заметным на политическом поле. Позиция их сводилась к протесту по ряду причин. Ну, например, они утверждали, что поправка вредна по таким причинам, как в результате она поставит в невыгодное положение женщин, домохозяек. Заботились об интересах, что, так сказать, правильно, различных кругов женского населения, что она усугубит положение работающих женщин, что она ухудшит положение американок в случае разводов и опекой над детьми, что женщин лишит некоторых привилегий, ну, в частности, освобождения от военной службы. Это был период, когда шла война во Вьетнаме. И эта критика работала, конечно, в пользу этих протестующих против этой поправки. В 80-х годах вопрос о принятии поправки вновь встал в политическую повестку дня. Борьба продолжалась, активная и чрезвычайно, так сказать, разными результатами поворачивающейся, что ли. Следующий этап внесения поправки в текст американской конституции опять-таки был связан с тем, что активизм женский, кстати говоря, совместно и с другими демократическими силами, был нацелен на то, чтобы поправка и проблемы защиты репродуктивных прав были реализованы. Следует подчеркнуть, что права на прерывание беременности, право на аборт и поправка о равных правах, они, конечно, тесно взаимосвязаны, и они как бы необходимы друг другу. Я здесь хочу подчеркнуть вот какую еще очень важную мысль. Она часто встречается, задают вопрос, ну вот если это интересно женщинам, то почему же, так сказать, достаточно большая когорта женщин выступает против той или иной инициативы? Я хочу подчеркнуть, что женщины все разные, точно так же, как и мужчины разные. Их нельзя рассматривать в политологическом смысле как единый в этот единый блок, выступающий за ту или иную, так сказать, какую-то идею или программу, или политику. Это чрезвычайно важно, тем более, что переплетаются и иные интересы, расовые, переплетаются идеологические и прочие интересы. Здесь просто нужно это четко себе отдавать отчет в этом себе. Необходимо также подчеркнуть, что больше полстолетия проблема абортов не теряет свою актуальность в политическом противостоянии двух партий. Здесь я позволю себе напомнить события, не события даже, а результат этого события. 1973 год, известное дело Роу против Уайда. Было принято решение Верховным судом, что соответствует, так сказать, политическому, юридическому процессу в Соединенных Штатах Америки. Это решение обеспечивало и закрепляло право на прерывание беременности и было обеспечено американкам. Почему? Верховный суд вынес четкий вердикт о праве на частную жизнь, что означало право американок распоряжаться своим телом по своему выбору, то есть прерывать беременность. Однако по истечении 20 лет, в 1992 году, решение Верховного суда предоставило штатам возможность накладывать свои ограничения на прерывание беременности. Здесь нужно подчеркнуть, что принципы федерализма действительно реализовываются в Соединенных Штатах Америки. И не все, очень многое власть передается на региональный уровень, на местные уровни, где решаются вопросы, и главным образом вопросы внутренней политики, включая и здесь. Федеральное правительство может принимать, так сказать, в рамках своих полномочиях вещи, но не может это сделать вопреки существующей системе, которая предполагает очень много ответственности и прав власти на местах, я имею в виду на региональном уровне. Что это сделало? В результате этого решения Верховного суда создалась угроза легальному аборту и привело к увеличению числа ограничительных мер по различным штатам. Широкое наступление на право на аборт развернулось в стране, и во многих штатах были внесены, практически доведены к запрету это право на распоряжение женщинами своим телом, самими женщинами. Надо сказать, что инициативы администрации Трампа, они проявили и не возродили, а укрепили тенденции к ухудшению в этом смысле положения женщин. Не зря очень широко в СМИ распространялось такая характеристика, как токсичный ущерб женским интересам. В чем он проявлялся? Администрация Трампа, она, так сказать, ввела правила об ограничении противозачаточных средств, в рамках своих, естественно, полномочий. Второе. Был создан специальный специальное подразделение в рамках Минздрава и социального обеспечения для разработки расширительного толкования и внедрения моральных и религиозных ограничений для других служб, которые относились тоже к сфере и репродуктивному здоровью. Атаки на планируемое родительство были активизированы. Ответ женского движения и, назовем так, передовой в этом смысле цивилизованной общественности не заставил себя ждать. Он выражался в том, что наблюдаются общенациональные женские марши, протесты с широким участием сторонников мужчин. Второе. Преимущественная поддержка женским электоратом Демократической партии на промежуточных выборах 2018 года и президентских выборах 2020 года. Я процитирую сейчас Элеонор Снил, президента феминистского большинства, которая сказала: «Мы намерены наконец завершить работу по достижению полного равенства в этой стране». И действительно не уступали и собрались, так сказать, в кулак и действовали часто на опережение. Почему критика Трампа была столь острой и вызвала протест, который породил большой энтузиазм в женских рядах, и которые понимали, что власть не просто хороша сама по себе как власть, а что необходимо быть в этой, так сказать, в этом ключе для того, чтобы могли решать свою судьбу сами, чтобы писать те законы и писать те правила жизни, которые устраивают женское население, по крайней мере, большинство из них. Претензии предъявлялись к администрации Трампа за, цитирую, «узкое мировоззрение», которое базировалось на идеологии расизма и женоненавистничества, то есть мизогинии, за то, что вредоносные действия администрация Трампа принимала с точки зрения интересов американцев. Ну, здесь можно, американок. Можно здесь перечислить отмену исполнительного указа, справедливой оплате труда, и ослабление права и возможностей работающих женщин, которые были слегка, так сказать, расширены и вполне устраивали интересы женских во время пандемии. Страхование на случай прерывания беременности. Надо сказать, вот тут одну цифру назову, она у вас и на экранах. Отказ в страховке на случай прерывания беременности обойдется женщине в $1650 или еще больше собственного кармана. То есть это очень здорово ударило, такие были привилегии, прежде всего, женщин в связи с законом, известным Obamacare. Правила о расширении религиозных и моральных льгот точно так же усилили противников прерывания беременности, потому что давали широкие им полномочия по религиозным, моральным соображениям, они могли в это выступать против представления противозачаточных средств. И при всем при этом общая обстановка, если попытаться посмотреть на нее как бы, ну, в глобальном, я имею в виду под глобальным общестрановом, что ли, виде, она характеризовалась, в общем-то, достаточно и фиксировала многие позитивные тенденции, я бы сказала, исторические, которые которые наблюдались в обществе. Вы знаете, что американские ученые тщательно следят и очень здорово разных многоликих, множество их существует опросных центров, которые добросовестно представляют свои исследования, и которые показывали, я их суммировала, вот такие вещи. Фиксировали спустя столетия, под столетиями подразумеваю тот самый момент, когда в 1923 году Элис Пол предложила эту поправку о равных правах, которая гораздо больше бы смогла сделать, создать прочную законную базу. Так вот, что наблюдалось и что отмечали? Большинство американцев видят работу по обеспечению гендерного равенства в стране. Большинство демократов и большинство республиканцев признают прогресс в стране за последние 10 лет в предоставлении женщинам и мужчинам равных прав. Большинство респондентов позитивно оценили заслуги феминистского движения и демократической партии, что они сделали достаточно много для продвижения женщин в США. Большинство признает помощь феминизма белым, черным и латиноамериканским женщинам. Значительное большинство при этом, резюмируя, выступает за добавление поправки о равных правах к Конституции Соединенных Штатов Америки. Однако существуют широкие партийные и гендерные различия во взглядах на препятствия для женщины в достижении гендерного равенства. Демократы почти в 2 раза, неудивительно, почему гораздо больше поддержка демократической партии в Соединенных Штатах Америки, так вот, демократы почти в 2 раза чаще республиканцы признают наличие проблем гендерной дискриминации, которые игнорируются, которые не принимаются во внимание, которым не уделяется внимание и над которыми не работает политическая, так сказать, элита и существующая система. Надо сказать, что совсем буйные события произошли ровно год тому назад. Я имею в виду в общественно-политическом, так сказать, поле Соединенных Штатов Америки, которое относится к как раз сфере вот репродуктивных прав. И речь идет о том, что в 2022 году произошла отмена Верховным судом решения по делу Роу против Уайда. То есть развязали руки штатам для запретов на прерывание беременности. Большие и разные дискуссии наблюдаются в стране. Конечно, возникает вопрос, почему это вдруг такие позитивные наблюдаются тенденции, вот тут сразу, и все, как говорится, дьявол кроется в деталях. Поскольку был назначен Трампом в Верховный суд, а он избирается, вы знаете, пожизненно, один из членов консервативного толка, то расстановка сил в самом суде, она создалась не в пользу сторонников, которые поддерживают это право на аборт, право на прерывание этой беременности. И в результате это решение, которое было принято в 1973 году, было отвергнуто. Что это означало? Это означало, что и республиканская партия вполне законно принимала это как большущую свою победу как в юриспруденции, в юридическом, так сказать, накале страны, так и в политологическом, что ли, в этом смысле, большим своим завоеванием. Идут разные дискуссии. Ну, наверное, это и правильно, это нормально. Но вот, например, в это время выходит книга такая, которая была написана Габриэль Стэнли Блэр. Она называется «Эякулируйте ответственно». Автор озвучивает теоретически очень простое решение острой проблемы абортов. Если бы мужчины взяли на себя ответственность за то, как и где они эякулируют, это устранило бы большинство нежелательных беременностей и, следовательно, необходимость в большинстве абортов. Вот такой, так сказать, спектр различных предложений был, которые не всегда вполне реалистичны. Но при всем при этом личная свобода находит отклик у избирателей, когда речь идет о правах на аборты. Надо сказать, что парадоксально произошла ситуация, и в это время состоявшиеся выборы, и по, можно сказать, практически всеобщему признанию то, что в 22 году промежуточные выборы не достигли представляемых победы красной волны, конечно, по признанию и республиканцев, ну, естественно, про Демократической партии, отвечают, что все это упиралось и произошло из-за проблемы прав на прерывание беременности, то есть право на аборт. Я должна сказать обязательно, хотя я считаю, что и в этой аудитории это понимают, безусловно, эта проблема, не зря говорю, была всегда политической к тому же. Это не только медицинская проблема. Никто не говорит о том, что и не рассматривали ее, не рассматривали только в медицинском плане. Это проблема общественно-политическая, политическая. Это проблема права человека. Вот в ней как бы как в капле воды сходится очень много векторов и религиозные, и идеологические, и национальные, и расовые, и все прочее. Но самое важное – это право на защиту своего, извините за тавтологию, на личное право. Это право обладать и управлять своим телом, и в этом смысле, конечно, это очень глубокая и сложная проблема. Поэтому, несмотря на то, что вполне реально существовала почва для того, чтобы радовались те, кто добивались в 2022 году этого решения, но парадоксально оказалось результат он обратный. В тех штатах, где было сильное движение pro-life, ну, за жизнь, те, которые против предоставления этого права, они, так сказать, повернулись совершенно по-другому. И вот я хочу привести два примера, совсем, так сказать, свеженькие. Выборы 23 года, вообще, надо сказать, Соединенные Штаты Америки, они постоянно беременные выборами, избирательный процесс. В этом смысле, конечно, у общества американского накоплен колоссальный опыт по избирательным кампаниям. Все время кого-то избирает, потому что это система, которая зиждется на избирательных правах. Так вот, выборы 7 ноября состоялись. Проблема абортов вышла практически на первое место. Штат Огайо, известные, на него устремлены взгляд в определенном смысле, это как бы образчик того, что будет, да уже в начавшейся избирательной кампании 2024 года. За несколько дней до выборов, во вторник, то есть 31 октября 2023 года, избиратели по всему штату Огайо услышали резкое предупреждение в рекламе, которое заполнило эфир. Цитирую, цитирую, что звучало. Она может, цитирую, она может быть вашей соседкой или племянницей, вашей сестрой или дочерью, но если она будет изнасилована и забеременеет, закон в Огайо заставит ее родить ребенка. Это заставило в этих многих женщин, как и мужчин, подойти к урнам и свой голос, так сказать, отдать за то, за что они хотели. И вот видите, 7 ноября 2023 года в Колумбусе, штат Огайо, избиратели штата Огайо одобрили конституционную поправку, ну, на уровне региона, которая гарантировала право на аборты и другие формы охраны репродуктивного здоровья. Это картина успеха. Штат Кентукки, молодая женщина по имени Хедли говорит, вот вы ее видите здесь на экране, Я была изнасилована своим отчимом после нескольких лет сексуального насилия. Мне было 12. Любой, кто считает, что для изнасилования и инцеста не должно быть исключений, никогда не сможет понять, каково это оказаться на моем месте. Губернатор штата Кентукки Энди Бешир, демократ, победил в глубоко консервативном штате Даниэла Кэмерона, который генеральный прокурор был штата, восходящая звезда республиканской политики. Я привела это как два типичных, что ли, примера того, как меняется обстановка. Аргументы республиканцев и демократов. Признается, что республиканцы в этом смысле, они как бы проиграли. Они проиграли в рекламе. Потому что их реклама и кампания избирательная, что касается вопроса об абортах, пестрила графическими изображениями окровавленных плодов. Необоснованные с медицинской точки зрения заявления о боли плода. Третье. Обвинение в где-то-убийстве. Показания женщин о своих сожалениях об абортах. С другой стороны, демократы заняли более, так сказать, гибкую позицию. Они сначала осторожно обходили эту тему, даже обходили. Они избегали использования термина «аборт». В частности, и Джо Байден избегал поначалу. Он широко представляет свои взгляды как вопрос прав женщин, что было не без оснований, безусловно. Но постепенно и уже в нужное время и в нужной точке глубоко личная и откровенная реклама сигнализировала о новом тоне в посланиях демократов о праве на аборт, который прямо противостоит последствиям строгих законов против прерывания беременности. Здравый смысл, похоже, брал вверх. Итак, да, кстати говоря, надо обязательно еще добавить, конечно, кроме так сказать, удачных и политехнических, что ли, вещей, надо сказать, что демократы в 4,6 раза по всей стране истратили денег больше, чем республиканцы на подобную, на рекламу. А, скажем, в отдельном штате, в Кентукки, если мне не изменяет память, там это было в 1,5 раза меньше. Вообще было не совсем мало было денег истрачено на подобную рекламу по сравнению с демократами. Итак, выводы позвольте вам представить. Позитивные сдвиги формировались под влиянием следующих факторов. Первое. Массовый выход американских женщин на рынок труда. Второе. Активные, инициативные, рожденные снизу и развивающиеся в условиях общедемократических традиций, что очень важно, женское движение со способностью строить коалиции. Третье. Женское движение стало влиятельным политическим ресурсом, и уже давненько. Десятилетиями преодолевало стереотипный взгляд на женщину, ее место и роль в обществе. Четвертое. Создание законодательной базы для защиты интересов женского населения в широком смысле существует, и, скажем так, в это идет по лакунам, по специализациям. Пятое. Завоевание женщины высоких властных позиций при поддержке массового женского движения через избирательный процесс. Шестое. Ресурс международного женского движения, которое оказывало стимулирующее и поддерживающее воздействие на национальные женские движения, вопреки тому, что Соединенные Штаты Америки среди тех немногих 6 стран, которые до сих пор не ратифицировали Конвенцию о ликвидации всех форм дискриминации в отношении женщин. Седьмое. Залогом служит прочный консенсусный системный фундамент на базисных принципах, а именно во многообразии единый, in pluribus unum, и принцип сдержек и противовесов, check and balance. То есть Реальное разделение властей объективно не позволяет монополизировать и сконцентрировать власть в одном источнике, который создавая множество точек доступа к политическим решениям. В этом смысле система политическая проявляет живучесть и возможность, способность к самовозрождению. 8. В результате поиск приемлемых компромиссных решений, выработка реальных программ и политик для различных групп и интересов, чтобы не допустить резких перекосов в пользу одного узкого круга во имя, так сказать, охраны, сохранения существующего политического уклада в существующем в государстве. И, наконец, 9. После решения по делу ДОПС против женской организации здравоохранения Джексон, это именно вот это, под таким названием было в 22 году отменено предыдущее решение Верховного суда. Прошло 2 избирательных цикла уже с тех пор. В США широко распространено мнение в СМИ о том, что права на прерывание беременности, на аборт, доминирующая проблема в американской политике, в практической президентской гонке уже 2024 года. Конечно, это не единственная, но это одна из самых, я бы сказала, чувствительных и в определенном смысле болезненных проблем, которые решает нация в противостоянии. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Thank you. And maybe a couple of words for as the results, not maybe all the 9 of them, but still the major issue.
Окей.
Отключить экран, в смысле отключить демонстрацию, да?
Да, можно отключить. Да, я отключу сейчас, да. No, main idea is the following. The problem of abortion, I mean the problem of the amendment, Equal Right Amendment, is very important for women in the United States of America. And this issue is one of the most maybe important during the coming and even now in the process, the campaign for the election to the highest post in the state. I mean, to elect president for the United States of America. So, and one of the maybe key reason of the optimistic view to the future is that American women are very active, are very energetic. This is the movement which is rising from the bottom, from the grassroots. So, and women are ready to be winner, not loser in this sense. So I think that they will be happy. Maybe it's necessary to recall that there are very difficult situations to some extent. I mean, the Democratic Party, which is doing a lot to support, to promote women for the higher levels of the power. So when they are, when they are now thinking about the nominees for this highest post in the country and have to take into account the age of Biden. But nevertheless, the situation is not so easy to understand. But nevertheless, the real life demands to look not only for the personal maybe features, but to look for the program, politics, and other things. That is the question.
Thanks. We have two questions, two or even three questions. Please, Svetlana Orехова.
Пожалуйста. Ой, я не слышу. Вы не включили, Светлана, вы не включили микрофон свой. У вас микрофон перечеркнут.
А сейчас?
Да, нормально.
Да.
Сейчас нормально?
Да.
Сейчас слышите? Значит так, вот я сижу сейчас в своем доме в Вашингтоне. Я как бы советская женщина по образованию и так же, как многие из выступающих. Но так как я 20 лет замужем за американцем, то я хочу сказать, и как человеку, который имеет PhD, я хочу сказать, что идет глобальная политика в мире уничтожения семей, уничтожения мужского семени, то есть семенного фонда на планете. Это политика женщины, которые... Я журналист, член Национального пресс-клуба США, и на практике, американской практике, когда я участвую в конференциях, и когда мать стимулирует свою дочь рожать, быть single mother, потому что это даст ей такой доход больше, потому что на каждого ребенка без отца Америка платит большие деньги. И поэтому более выгодно быть single mother, чем быть работницей на каком-то там предприятии или в офисе. Поэтому, дорогие мои члены этой секции, я считаю, что нужно смотреть не то, что... Потому что теория теорией, а практика практикой. Так как моя мама была заведующей роддомом, и женщины, которые при Сталине не имели права сделать аборт, они погибали от нелегальных абортов. Поэтому в мире женщина, которая делает нелегальный аборт, она или умрет, мало того, что она там уничтожает плод, но она подвергает свою жизнь риску. Во-вторых, в Америке очень немногие имеют медицинские страховки, особенно если эти страховки мощные достаточно. Поэтому я очень внимательно прослушала доклад, но вы знаете что, мы должны одно дело текст, одно дело средства массовой информации по этой теме, одно дело выборы, но мы должны смотреть как планетяне, будем говорить так, потому что мы живем на одной планете. И надо более глубоко проникнуть в материал страны, чтобы говорить, что это плохо, это хорошо. Потому что я свидетель, особенно испаноязычные, черные, они наоборот стимулируют своих дочерей рожать. Теперь одна яйцеклетка на рынке американском стоит, например, по-моему, $36 тысяч. Мужская яйцеклетка, если доноры мужчина, стоит, по-моему, $600, потому что спермы много. Но оказывается, новые достижения в медицине показали, что не сперматозоиды конкурируют между собой, а женская матка выбирает из этих сперматозоидов, какое семя она примет. Поэтому, мне кажется, тема должна быть. Это российская международная конференция на базе Института США и Канады. Мне кажется, что нужно поднять уровень до современных медицинских, легальных вопросов, потому что все не так просто и не все лежит на поверхности. Пока все, что... Я могу ответить на какие-то вопросы, но это мое видение современной проблемы. Затем вы на американских улицах увидите очень много людей которые бегают по утрам, занимаются бегом. Но знаете, я вам хочу сказать, если женщина или мужчина не имеет сексуальных отношений, ну хотя бы год, там больше года, но многие даже никогда не были замужем, многие не имеют половой жизни. Это тоже важные вопросы любого живого организма на планете Земля. Вот мое видение проблемы. Спасибо большое.
Ну, спасибо большое за ваше это мнение, но я не услышала никаких вопросов. У вас свое мнение, ну, знаете, приказать каждой матке принимать ту сперму, которая
А это
хочет
не приказ,
питаться.
это, оказывается, естественные инстинкты. Вы знаете, вот я просто пару дней назад мне сказали, я участвовала в марсианском проекте, и поэтому у меня круг знакомых Илон Маск, ну, Илон Маск, ладно, хорошо. Но я вам хочу сказать, ребята, мы должны смотреть не через вот этот текст, который мы получаем в напечатанном виде, а через правду жизни тоже. Поэтому, вы знаете, вот если там это очень серьезный вопрос, который вот сегодня обсуждается на вашей секции. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо, и спасибо вам за ваше мнение. У
Да,
кого
спасибо.
какой вопрос еще? Пожалуйста. Мария Золотухина руку подняла.
Да, спасибо большое за блестящий, на мой взгляд, доклад. Я прошу прощения, что я без картинки, но таковы вот особенности связи.
Спасибо.
И вопрос такой, если учесть степень политизированности проблемы абортов, о которой вы сказали, и можно ли говорить о том, что сущностные, ценностные возражения противников аборта как-то все-таки несколько уходят на второй план? И есть ли какие-то попытки, может быть, качественными исследованиями определить, замерить и среди мужчин, и среди женщин? То есть все-таки что в стане противников, чего больше? Использовать это как признанный и действительно очень эффективный повод для политической борьбы, или же есть, ну, повторюсь, такие глубокие соображения. Если, опять же, исключить людей глубоко религиозных, воцерковленных, для которых это вопрос решенный, однозначно, и здесь, наверное, ответ понятен. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо за вопрос. Я попыталась кусочек сказать. Конечно, когда я говорила о том, как строится эта реклама, воздействует на умы человека, конечно, вы знаете, что самым образом и та пропаганда входит очень активно в мозги, в уши, в сердце, которая, конечно, основывается на эмоциях. Конечно, нет там семинаров американкам одного кластера, американкам другого кластера. Они говорят, что вы голосуете за это, потому что это политическое, бла-бла-бла. Нет. Скажем, гораздо больше, и то демократы отошли, они говорили, и это борьбу и право на прерывание беременности, я бы сказала так, что гораздо больше сторона республиканская в своих дискуссиях, в своих, так сказать, деятельности, она взывает к чему? К тому, что, ну, во-первых, прежде всего, вот эта точка зрения, что уже там чуть не на вторую неделю уже от действительно религиозного порядка, что это уже душа, что это уже больно, что это вот идут через это. Демократки от этого тоже сильно очень сильно не отходят, но гораздо сильнее. Они говорят, что мое тело, мое право. Что хочу, то есть my body is my power. Мое тело, мое право. И нечего сюда вмешиваться. И нечего сюда, так сказать, призывать ни мужа, который, ни никого. Это мое тело. И я несу за него ответственность, потому что, в конце концов, демократия – это прежде всего личная ответственность. Это есть коренные глубокие вещи. И поэтому, так сказать, вот тут идет такое вот противостояние. Но если мы говорим, Мария, если мы говорим о широкой пропаганде, то, конечно, все зависит от того, на какую аудиторию работают.
Ну, вот прям
Прерывание
интересно.
беременности это право владеть, право на личное пространство, это право на личную, так сказать, мировой круг. Вот что это такое. Тут противовес идет.
То есть вот мне интересно, верит ли действительно в то, что да, это убийство, да, вот я прям, да, буквально по слайдам по вашим, что
Ага.
очень рано
Ну,
эмбрион
наверное, кто-то,
начинает
я
использовать.
думаю, что те, кто говорят, у меня были, например, разговоры такие с республиканками, но это ведь не научный разговор, что поговорить. Вот, например, я никогда и до сих пор я не могу, я в гносеологической раскоряке, извините за недипломатическое слово, как можно требовать, с одной стороны, в эту смертную казнь, и одной рукой один и тот же человек, а другой рукой при этом запрещать аборты.
Абсолютно, именно, вот прямо, блин,
Вот как?
отличная
Как
формулировка.
это? Я
Не
не
знаю,
могу это, да.
отсюда
Я,
вопрос, не знаю.
я не могу это. Мне кажется,
Той же
логично,
раскоряки.
да, логично это. Ну, это, наверное, пусть разбираются психологи. Но я говорю с политологической точки зрения, что происходит. А вот происходит такое совершенно явно. В 22 году отменили, многие штаты, извините меня, приняли, укоренили даже вот это. Почему даже те Кентукки, где сидел практически запретили, стали шастать другие штаты, стали за это платить деньги и все прочее. Но с какой стати кто-то должен решать за меня, что мне делать? Да никому не нравится аборт, особенно когда он болезненный, когда он без соответствующего, да еще дорого стоит. Но это мое право. Почему должны мне кто-то что-то диктовать, даже самое великое государство? Так что мой ответ такой: если такие исследования, я думаю, что это все вообще нет ни одной науки, которая была бы прозрачной, яркой, потому что
Мгм.
вы не найдете ни политологию в чистом виде, вы не найдете ни экономику, вы не найдете ни психологию, нельзя. Все это перекрестки. Так и все это. Очень трудно найти. Если такие исследования, которые говорили о чем, в какой степени тот, что говорит, верит в это очень трудно. Я не думаю. Вчера, кстати говоря, по нашему телевидению показывали замечательный фильм. Это «Берегись автомобиля», да? И когда там герой, который, ну, вы знаете, прекрасно играет, отнимал машины у одних воров, деньги и отправлял в детские сады, и когда он продает, Банионович сыграл этого пастора, пусть простят меня все пасторы, и тут по рублям отсчитывал. Он эти деньги собирал у паствы и сам ворованную себе «Волгу» покупал. Он
Ну да,
спрашивает, да,
вот и
его и
ответ.
спрашивают: так вы верующий или не верующий, пастор? А он сказал, увильнул, как дипломат, он сказал: а что, говорит, люди делятся на два сорта. Есть те, кто верит, они не верят ни в что, и те, кто верит, те, кто верит. А он как бы in between.
Мгм. Спасибо. Так, а
Спасибо.
давайте у нас, смотрите, уже идет почти целый час, поэтому,
Да,
пожалуйста, если вопросы, кто кратко, обмениваться тогда уже будем еще в конце. Я думаю, что мы все равно все вопросы не решим, но если есть желание задать именно конкретный вопрос, еще сейчас можно. Пожалуйста.
Можно я еще один?
Конкретный вопрос, пожалуйста, Свет.
Вопрос, очень простой
Да.
вопрос. Каковы условия изнасилования, вот с вашей точки зрения, женщины мужчиной?
В каком смысле? Не поняла
Как,
вопрос.
ну, например,
Подождите, я поняла, давайте, если я правильно поняла, сейчас поняла, вы хотите сказать, как вы можете определить с точностью, изнасилована она или она говорит
да,
неправду, правильно я поняла?
потому что если муж и жена, муж домогается жены, и она прошептала, сказала нет, а он сделал свое дело, значит, она была изнасилована, и она уже имеет право юридическое рассматриваться как
Правильно,
изнасилование.
да, и это
То есть,
прописано это во
да,
многих документах, да, это правда. И я хочу сказать, во-первых, первый закон, что нет означает нет. Вот и все.
даже шепотом.
Да.
Даже шепотом, даже, извините меня, кивком и прочее. Это означает нет. А если
Вот,
вы на это согласились, тогда вы, конечно, вы это не считаете себя изнасилованным, значит, вы не считаете себя, извините, униженной и все такое прочее. Кстати говоря. И
Спасибо.
вообще, пожалуйста.
Алена, пожалуйста, вопрос. И Владимир. И потом дальше переходим уже к дальнейшей программе. Алена.
Да, всех
Не слышно.
приветствую. Большое спасибо за секцию, большое спасибо за очень интересный доклад. Скромный вопрос по терминологии. Вот борьба женщин за свои права, в том числе право делать аборт, приравнивается ли к понятию, к явлению феминизма, либо это абсолютно разные вещи? Спасибо.
Это в рамках феминистской, естественно, концепции. Что такое феминизм? Феминизм – это есть, это есть и движение, феминизм есть и эта концепция, которая зиждется на представлении о том, что существует человек не только в одной ипостаси, в мужской, но и в женской, и поэтому это идет, на мой взгляд, идет в контексте прав человека.
Так, Владимир, пожалуйста, вопрос.
Добрый день всем. Я лишь только хочу добавить небольшую ремарку, что есть наука криминалистика, социальная психология, которая может запросто установить, было ли это совершенно насильственное действие или это ложь. Вот. А так, в принципе, я согласен с докладчиком. Слово «нет» должно пониматься как «нет». Это здесь целиком и полностью понятно. Вот. Это единственное, что могу добавить от себя.
Спасибо большое, большое спасибо. Вообще, на самом деле, в этом смысле очень много разработано, существуют целые, вы знаете, существует та самая охранная грамота, существуют целые руководства, что считайте, расписано по по пунктам, и это совершенно, так сказать, очевидно, где насильственно, где ненасильственно.
К тому же в Америке криминалистика шагнула так далеко вперед, что вы даже не представляете.
Представляю, Владимир Михайлович, я представляю.
Для нас многие вещи кажутся в области фантастики и чуда. Это я вам точно могу сказать.
Ну, хорошо, будем
Владимир Михайлович, я
это обсуждалось на юрфаке МГУ, когда была конференция по праву. Вот,
Владимир Михайлович, я вам по секрету скажу, сколько это уже свыше, почти 40 лет назад одни из первых, кстати говоря, этих семинаров мы здесь, в Советском Союзе, в Советском Союзе проводили по поводу и писали первые книги насчет насилия в Канаде и в США. Опыт. Тогда очень много перенимали. И учили все эти вещи. Но это, так сказать, апропо.
Tanya, do you have a question?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
I do.
The last question then.
Yes, very briefly. I was just wondering, I wanted to hear your opinion on, since Supreme Court, we know it's mainly Republican, so I was just wondering what, let's say, if in near future the entire administration in the States changes. So do you think that maybe the Supreme Court will be forced to go even further after other rights, maybe totally banning abortion in the entire country? I just wanted to hear about your predictions.
Prediction. Do you want from me too much? Really? I am far from the energy to predict. What I can say that until the group, I mean the members of the Supreme Court, are not changeable. So you should wait for their death. Yes. But yes, that is the point. So it is one good thing. It is the simultaneously is not very good things in terms of the existence of the political system. On one hand, but on another hand, the good news is that the United States of America is the federation. And it means that not all of the laws are created only on the federal level. You can see now that a lot of part of everyday life in different ways are, you know, administered by the laws which are created on the regional level. I mean, legislation and so on. And you can now watch this situation when the situation is changeable.
Mhm.
So
Thank you.
my prediction is that the sense of wisdom is always winner, but it's necessary to wait for a while for that.
Mhm. Thank you. This is the major discussion, I would say, about how the situation with women's rights will develop. And my next topic, do you see the screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see the screen. Okay. My topic is, I would say, head and tail with Nadezhda's, because it will be about representation of this fight going on, fight for women's rights, and how famous actresses participate in it. Although some may say that their choice of these particular roles might have been on some economic grounds or on some other grounds, but they create an image, sort of consistent image in their face, in their body, in their acting manner of persons fighting for those rights. And these actresses are Sигурни Уивер and Хилари Суэнк. So that is why my topic is sounds very long, but it is up to the point. Invigorating reminders of success. So they create images that help the viewers, the women and men in America and elsewhere, to believe that this success on this road is possible. Сигурни Уивер and Хилари Суэнк docudramas about the fight for reproductive freedom and equal access to education, against family violence. I will be speaking about three major pictures where they play leading roles and which promote these ideas. The first of them is about Jane's Collective. It is a historically existing group of women that acted in from 1969 till 1973, till the Roe versus Wade decision in Chicago, and on their history are based two new films, a documentary and a feature film called Jane. It is being widely watched in Russia too, by the way. I have a student who is writing her graduation thesis on perception of feminist ideas from American films. And so she also included Call Jane, and we'll see how what Russian viewers think about that too. And it is a very low key, emotionally on the surface, I would say, but it is very tense within, and it is very optimistic on the results, I would say. So there are three layers of influence, I would say, of the imagery. Jane is a housewife whose physical condition, prevents her from having a baby because she has a very weak heart. But in those times in Chicago, even the Concilium of Doctors did not recommend her could not, her doctor recommended an abortion for her, but the Concilium of Doctors couldn't confirm it. And so legally she couldn't have an abortion. So that was the real story of that woman. And she didn't have any other means to act, and of course she didn't want to impair her own health any further, but she found a notice someplace, an advertisement, like, you know, on a piece of paper. So if you are pregnant, call Jane. And she called that number, and it appeared to be that there is a whole group of women who help other women in this aspect, and they help to have a safe abortion, meaning it is not you know, an underground dangerous thing. They provided medical help, and they provided care, so that it would be for each woman who had to make that decision. It was a safe decision. And you can see here Sигурни Уивер in feminist attire. These are various women who joined her. And this housewife not only got what she needed from this collective, but she became a part of it. And she also, they taught themselves to make this procedure. And it made it cheap for other for the women who couldn't afford it. And here I just put on this slide the titles of real of documentaries. There was an earlier documentary that was called Jane and Abortion Service, and it was telling about real people who are still living. And I will show you a short portion of an interview, first with Сигурни Уивер and Banks, and then with real people who were doing helping these women. Originator of this collective is Heather Booth, and Jean Galatzy-Levi. She also was active in teaching women this procedure, and among over 30 other women. And all in all, they helped about 12,000 women to go through this procedure. That was never easy for all of these women. It was almost practically maybe in 99% of the situations, it was very hard decision for them to make. But they didn't have any other way to go, because otherwise it could be only some dangerous and illegal procedure for them, because it was illegal. And also there is a book written by Laura Kaplan, who was also a part of this Jane's collective, telling this story of Jane, the legendary underground feminist abortion service. And it served the basis for the film called Jane. So in 2022, two simultaneously films, both documentary Janes and called Jane, a feature film, were issued to sort of encourage women to help themselves in this situation, and that to believe that this time is not the end of times, that it can be fought and won again. The second film, where Sигурни Уивер also played an elder woman who was holding a flower farm for beaten women, for women who undergone family abuse. And she plays a very similar, although maybe a little more worn by a lot of contacts with these unhappy women, but still believing that her work is needed, and she nothing stops her to help these women. And it is an Australian, it is filmed in Australia, and on the basis of Holly Ringland's book, The Lost Flowers of Alice Hart. And Sigourney Weaver chose this role on her own as parallel to that which she played in Call Jane. And the second example will be about Suэнk and her role in the film that is called Freedom Writers. Perhaps you've seen this film. It is an older film of 2006, but it is also a docudrama. That is, it is based on real events, very important for feminist aspects of life, where education and the right to education in public schools, the better quality of public education is a very important part. A woman by name was Erin Gruwell in the 90s was part of, she graduated from the university, and she got a work as a teacher in high school in Long Beach in California. And her job was to actually sit in a room, as she was explained by her principal, to keep these children, they are still children, they are 17, almost 18 years old, but nobody could teach them anything, as the principal's idea was. She was not even giving them school books, because she was afraid that they will simply tear them up. So it was public school, and nobody cared actually for these children. But our heroine, our Erin Gruwell, was, I would maybe compare her to Narodniki in Russian history, where when, for example, they graduated from the Institute of благородных девиц, как у нас назывался, Институт благородных девиц, from such educational institutes, and went to far away places to teach children far from big cities. Here we have approximately the same frame of mind. And Erin comes up with a very creative approach. She understands that the only way to get these children to teach, to learn something, is through a personal story that will touch their own experience. And such touching stories she finds in the diary of Anne Frank. And they read it, they go also to the museum, and they decide, it was still in the 90s, the savior of Anne Frank, the woman from Netherlands, was still alive. And when they got to know about that, they decided to bring her to their school. And to do that, they earned the money to bring her for her ticket and for her stay in their school. And here we see on this picture how she arranged her work in the class, because it was a very racially divided part of the city. And Black children and Asian and Latino children were like fighting camps. And so she first put them not in corners, but in lines, so that they could converse with each other. So this picture demonstrates them. And of course, misogyny and mayhem is, and there is rap, so as against these two things. And also, this is the real picture of, here we see Suэнk, and she is the real Erin Gruwell. And the children whom they taught, who graduated from that very school, and who through writing, why it is called freedom writers, one of the tasks she gave them was to take notebooks with them and write about whatever they want. And she will read it then by herself and then discuss with each of them whatever they wrote. And they got into the habit of writing about, first very angry, then with some other constructive thoughts. And they started to talk with each other. So this intercultural communication is not a theoretical thing, but what she really reached in her own class. And then that very class voted her to stay in, although she had to leave to go to another class by the rules of this school. But they voted her in to stay with them. And so she stayed at this school for 4 years. And then her method, I will go back a little bit to here, teaching hope, is a method that is the basis of freedom writers movement that is being used now throughout the country. So I wanted to bring all this story to your attention. And the last small detail, how it is being depicted in the feature film, in this docudrama. When our actress in the role of Erin comes first to the class, she wears a string of pearls. You see here this string of pearls on the real Erin as a symbol, because she was given it by her father, who was always fighting actually for the same rights that feminist movement stands for. And the principal in the film says that I wouldn't advise you to go in in the class with this ornament, so to speak. But for Erin, it was symbolic, and she stayed, as you see, with this throughout the whole adventure. So my idea is why I brought all these films to your attention. The image that actresses create in the films are very closely intertwined with the characters they play and their own personality. In this aspect, Suэнk is forever like Alice Paul in the film Iron-Jawed Angels. So she is the symbolic figure of the feminist movement, so to speak. And she, as if builds this chain of going further with these rights and teaching children, like she taught in the character of Erin Gruwell, is the logical step to build a better future. As well as in the Call Jane, it is also very invigorating for today to see success in women's endeavor, not to do abortions as themselves, but to help women who are in danger for their lives, but to provide them with safe way out. So it is not a film for promoting abortions. It is a film about help that women can arrange and provide to each other. That's all. Questions? Tanya?
Thank you, Larissa. It was really amazing. I learned a lot from you. sometimes I understand very little because I am not a, I don't know the Russian language, but I really learn a lot. I don't have a particular question. I just would like to agree with you that probably, you know, with this freedom fighters and this idea that is amazing, and I had no idea about it, about the teaching hope method. Probably that we should, since we are all teachers, instructors in some way, maybe we can all try and practice it in our own classrooms, and maybe that's the, you know, the beacon of hope that we needed for this conference, because somehow success in today's world as a topic, it was really, really very difficult, you know, to find this something that would just move us. So no questions, just congratulations on the excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No more questions? If not,
No, I have a question.
okay.
Listen, what is the role of YouTube in promotion of this topic?
This is rather a question for people who are looking more into media influence, because of course YouTube is not specifically promoting this topic. It is not a targeted means. You can watch anything on YouTube. In that aspect, it is the only maybe source of information in a very wide variety of subjects for the Russian audience, because other sources are not that easy to access if you are asking about the present moment. But I wouldn't say that it is very promoting feminist agenda. I didn't notice that specifically. There are various types. I don't know. QAnon is also active on YouTube. So it is sort of technology to me more than media.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's move on, because we have a very interesting topic now. We are all moving on our age line further in the direction of Biden and and other people. So Maria Zolotukhina from the Russian University for Humanities will be speaking about the aging and independence at all costs, changing ideas about old age and aging in the US. Please.
Thank you very much. Even though I prepared my presentation in Russian, but as I understand, it's probably better if I try to speak in English, and forgive me if it doesn't run as smooth as I would aspire to. I'd like to draw your attention in a rather sort of essayistic manner to something that has clearly a gender dimension and racial and ethnic configuration to it, and something that is not simply being actively discussed in the US, but in a way represents a kind of a moral panic, namely America, that used to be seen as a young nation, and this is a, a little piece from the New York Times, and as a country and as a nation and as a society, it is very clearly on the way of no longer being a young nation, but the one that would have more people over the age of 65 than children in just 10 years from now. So the New York Times is very open and very specific about it. It's time to prepare. And it appears, based on included observation and brief interviews and looking through media publications and the way children are being educated now, namely children's literature, that the country is attempting to review and revise different aspects and different parts of both perceiving the elderly and figuring out how to deal with people who are getting old. In fact, one of the questions is what is the correct and politically correct title? Is it senior? Doesn't seem to be the case. Elderly, people over a certain age. And again, there is a question which age is definitely the marker of being old. I think it is universally accepted that for people over the age of 85, it is safe to say that they're elderly, and it is safe to predict that they may be either at this point or in any near future in need of help and assistance. And when I first asked this question about 25 years ago, what would you prefer at the closing stage of your life? Would you like to remain independent at all costs? And again, the question, it was very much of a pilot survey, nothing representative, but still, the answer was a unanimous yes, without any going into detail. It's just, of course, independence is such a big deal. It's such a huge value. I would not want to be a burden to my children. I would not want to be to feel like a burden. And yes, I'd like to remain autonomous, independent, and self-sufficient and self-reliant at all costs. But things are changing, and they're changing both for good reasons due to increasing life expectancy, even though it's a bit on a slower rise in the US now. And things are also changing because finally the baby boom generation, people born between 1946 and 1964, are becoming older. And as I said, the discussion and the discourse is extremely active, to the point that there are books with identical titles that are being released. It's clearly strengthened. Just the level of or the degree of attention is clearly emphasized by the fact that baby boomers may be the last generation that fulfilled the American dream, or the so-called American dream, in the way that it was originally designed, to the point of reaching the standard of living, personal growth, success, at a point that exceeded that of their parents. And so now the country is facing not just another dream of how to repeat this trajectory, this life trajectory, if it is at all possible, but also how to deal with, as I said, economic, social, and value-related issues. One of the big critical points is the prevalence of ageism. The portrayal of the older people as weak, as almost senile, or at least not as sharp, as unattractive. And obviously, the fashion industry, the plastic surgeons, the anti-aging cosmetics, all seem to be geared towards fighting aging. And in an attempt of very honest self-reflection, many people write that America is trying very hard, and much harder than other societies and other nations, it seems, to fight the very idea of growing old, despite the fact that, as I said, growing life expectancy is definitely viewed as a positive development. And continuing what was just presented in a very interesting manner by Larisa Grigorievna, if you look at movies, if you look at sitcoms, even now there are few characters that would portray the old. It is changing, and in fact, one of the sitcoms that drew a lot of attention, called One Day at a Time, had a main character played by very well-known actress Rita Moreno, as a Cuban immigrant, well into her 80s, very vibrant, very dynamic, with a wonderful sense of humor, very much revered by her family members, and even the family conflicts were all portrayed in a humorous and funny and sort of fun way. But still, this ambivalence in welcoming the old is very much an issue. What is being attempted on a sort of national cultural level to deal with it? One trick or approach is seemingly a very naive one, is to literally document the manifestations of ageism, like write them down and reflect on them on the one hand, and on the other hand, also write down and memorize and try to replicate the positive examples, the examples of well-grounded optimism, the examples of respecting the elderly, again, the examples of people who are older being capable of, say, resolving conflicts or dealing with social dilemmas and life dramas. And also to acknowledge the fact that the more optimistic people are as they approach older age, the more they view themselves as successful, the less they view their life as a failure, the better off they are. And there are studies, including the one quoted here by Becca Levy, a psychologist, that suggests that it literally adds years to one's life. At the same time, basic values of independence and of self-reliance and agency seem to be very much present. And the attempts to approach life in a more nuanced, in a more complex and complicated way are making their way through, but it's not very easy. And I'd like to speak a little bit more in detail about several aspects. One is, where do you age? Is it staying at home, which is clearly the preference of the absolute majority of Americans? Or do you have to move? And is moving, in fact, a responsible decision? Responsible both in a financial sense and responsible in terms of prolonging your quality of life and essentially prolonging your independence, particularly if you move to the so-called independent living apartment, or if your living arrangements, again, are independent. And it seems to be quite a buzzword that, quote unquote, lures people who are older because it's not that big a difference. It's not that big a step down from the way you wanted to live your life and the way you lived your life. Again, that said, of course, suggests that you have a home and that you are financially secure, which is a very big issue for many Americans, because obviously the predominantly white baby boom generation is not homogeneous as it is, and also it doesn't include the rest of the Americans. Why is it particularly difficult to stay at home? Many individual houses have floors. Many communities literally fight about pavements, and it's not easy to walk. Many houses are far away from grocery stores, and if it's no longer safe to drive, then it's a question, what do you do and who is helping you? What do people feel when they have to move? According to a physical therapist that I spoke to, who has a very wide clientele of elderly patients, she interestingly pointed at two seemingly opposite sentiments. One is it's too late. It's happening now, no matter what. And there's no time to reflect. Another sentiment is it's happening so gradually that you kind of grow into a different state. So it's not always and not necessarily a huge drama, but most likely it would still affect both the elderly, the seniors, and people who are their caregivers. Because if the move is not occurring, the toll on the caregivers is huge, and it's mostly family members that sometimes have to go at great lengths to alter their lives to take care of their loved ones. And even though the terminology "a loved one" is very widely used, in reality, the relations may be a bit more complicated. Even though when you first look at the numbers, on the average, a family caregiver spends about 25 hours a week caring for an elderly relative. It doesn't seem to be that bad. But these hours grow, and as I said, they often involve other complicated adjustments. What do the younger loved ones say? Again, there is a wide spectrum, and people do underscore that the expectation of the American values as functional and as perfect in that regard, these expectations are clearly changing. I don't understand what is wrong with our culture, with the American culture, why we have the relations between loved ones that are not based on love. I promised my mom that she'd never leave her home. She's over 100. She's the oldest member of our community, and I understand that she has to go here. Another quote: I was shocked when I spoke with my family members. It's amazing, and it all emerged when we started discussing mom's arrangements. It was very clear to me that she would not last a week or 10 days in an institution. She'd develop a UTI or something else. It was simply unreal. And I understood that every day that she could spend at home was a blessing. So for some, it's home and only home at all costs. And this view is shared by both an older person and the relatives. It's often tied to traditions. And here is a quote about a Greek family. And the daughter, her mom is now gone, is very happy that both her husband and her children are very, very understanding. Sometimes you have to make big adjustments, like, for instance, install a special lift. Fortunately, there are ways of having nurses and physical therapists come home. But again, when I say fortunately, this fortune is certainly not for everybody, because there is quite a bit of Americans who literally fall through. They're not covered by Medicaid, and they're not eligible for Medicare. And families struggle because they don't have enough resources. And it turns out that staying at home becomes not simply expensive, but just not affordable. At the same time, the approach may differ between family members. I begged my mother to move closer to us, to Boston. She was categorically against it. Thank God she's fine. Or my parents moved, but again, these two examples cite people who are quite well off. So for them, it was more a matter of emotional closeness and the ability to see each other more often, and not what they could afford. And for some, it's a result of very painful multi-step decision-making that ultimately led to the decision of moving. We honestly tried, but we had to pay $21,000, and this is happening in Washington, D.C. It was completely unreal. We sold a lot from what my parents owned, but even that was not enough. I tried taking her in. That didn't work out. So she's now moving to live close to me in California, and I would be able to visit with her, but that is the only option. she has dementia, and for her, staying at home is just not possible. I'm so glad that I only have one son, because we fought with my brother. It turned out that we have very different views on how to handle this. So the elderly do move. Obviously, it happens much less often than for older people. The question comes, what happens to your material belongings? How do you part with what represented your material success? Quite important, and often encompassing literally your lifetime accumulations. We already packed 95 boxes, but she wants more and more. We have to compromise, but we also have to figure something out. She has dementia. What can I do? Says a sister about her 72-year-old sister. People often realize that they're not able to handle it within a family, and there are services and agencies that help sort out the things. This is one of the most complicated emotional moments in our life. We lived in this house for 50 years. We love the neighborhood. We love the people. We love the neighbors. It's very difficult, and it seems that it would never end. Quote of Philip and Bobby, people who, in fact, worked in Russia for some time. And the way I got to know them was via Facebook. They posted some Russian books, and they wanted these Russian books to be of use to somebody. Another common approach is to have an estate sale, not a garage sale, but an estate sale. They also often take place after a person passes. But for some people, it's a way to raise money and get rid of things that are not desired by relatives. Each week, there are hundreds of such estate sales. Again, they're handled by either private companies or by family members themselves. They're very, very popular. Interestingly, you often see older people attending them. And you wonder, it's as if, don't you have enough already? But it's both a way to save money, and it's a way to find house for things that would otherwise disappear. I quote one of the respondents: "I am so surprised that this woman who is moving to a nursing home, to an assisted living, that she didn't want to take her grandkids' ceramics. This is so unacceptable. I know for a fact that she doesn't have dementia, so it was a conscious decision. How could she part with this little pottery that her grandchildren made? I'm going to purchase them so that they're not destroyed." So it's this interesting twist on saving somebody else's memory. Another way of the country, and I know that I'm running out of time, trying to deal with this growing number of people who may not be able to live independently is to think of alternative options. There are communal villages in different cities where members pay a fee, or they help each other contribute, and they by doing so, they buy certain services like grocery shopping. There are also the so-called ADUs, the accessory dwelling units, also known as in-law suites, granny flats, etc. And there is a picture, and that covers a fairly large number of people, even though it's not easy to seek permission to enlarge like that. But still, compared to other countries, and Americans like to compare themselves with other societies, particularly with Japan, many both prefer to live independently and try to do so. However, if we try to end on a more positive note and look at how older age or old age is now presented to the children, and how intergenerational relations and measurements of success late in life is presented to the children, things are definitely changing. It's living together as the new norm. not because there is something wrong with your abuela, your grandmother, but because this is just a better way. It's handling complicated situations like explaining to children what dementia is. It's trying to destigmatize the elderly, both in a funny way and in a more serious way. And having said that, I'd like to note that it's unclear, and there are different studies on that, just how distant or how emotionally distant grandparents and grandchildren used to be. And it appears that it's more of a stereotype, like a self-stereotype, and that, in fact, the everyday relations, even at the time without social media, were not, or monthly contacts were not as formal and as sort of emotionless. However, the idea, the narrative today is that things are getting better. They're not as formal, and grandparents come in all sizes, and the main thing is that they are involved. They're involved when they still can, and when things change for them, they can expect more involvement, both from coming from their children and from their grandchildren. So grandparents are portrayed as very powerful, and again, as funny, even though you come across realistic details, including grandpa and grandma who can be quite grumpy, or appear grumpy. There are also attempts to explain more to children what it means to have a different quality of relationship with your loved one, and how to say goodbye or say farewell, how to remember a grandmother that you used to know, and also how to think of a grandma or build a memory of a grandma that you never knew. And this idea of creating memories and sharing memories and using both material and non-material elements of your grandparents' or your great-grandparents' life is quite popular, and these books are widely used both as part of the school curriculum, which is very important, and just by parents. Some of it has to do with the need to incorporate traditions that belong to different cultures, because about 1/3 of the today's grandparents and grandmas and grandfathers, their grandchildren belong to different ethnic and racial groups. So you have to literally cross the boundaries, and sometimes it's flying far away, or welcoming somebody who came from afar. And the diversity of these publications, and they literally in the last 10-15 years, they appeared like mushrooms. And whereas in the past, you'd also read about immigrant families and sort of different styles of intergenerational relations, but they were mostly bringing examples of white immigrant families. And even those white immigrant families were somewhat marginalized, perhaps not as much as the African Americans, for whom being involved in each other, raising children, and I know that it was already mentioned today that young women are being encouraged to have kids, to perhaps receive the programs of aid to families with dependent children and other similar programs. But I think that it's a bit of an oversimplifying, and the issue of why there are so many families with one parent or families with a grandparent acting as a parent among African Americans is a more complex one. The difference now, I believe, is that this matrilineal character of many relations is found in other ethnic groups and in other social strata, and generally caregiving is still being perceived as often a female endeavor. But the families that are clearly disadvantaged, families that are struggling, families that have grandparents as their heads, not because grandparents are simply helping out, but because grandparents have to take care of their grandchildren. And that is greatly worsened by the opioid epidemic in the US. Still, children who are being raised in these families do have a chance of being less stigmatized and less marginalized. So that's a big difference. It's not that these family arrangements are praised for being adequate or optimal, not in the least. But it's more the experience of different representatives, starting with grandparents and ending with the kids, that have a slightly better right of fitting in the society that has to acknowledge that these are the problems. These are problems that cannot be immediately resolved. It may take years. They may never be resolved fully, and we have to deal with that. Obviously, you still read very poignant stories. What would have happened to my children if not for me, right? It's a 62-year-old professional, African-American professional, who's raising her 3 grandkids because her daughter is not capable of doing that. So I shorten the presentation a bit and finish with saying that the expected perceptions of living arrangements, of being involved, or for that matter, not being involved with your grandkids, the expected perceptions of what is the best way of caring for your loved ones when they are in need of care appear to be broadening and widening. Some of it has to do with a general trend towards more tolerance and more acceptance, and trying, as I said, trying to incorporate whichever forms families come in. Some of it has to do with problems that do not have quick solutions, or at this point may not even have solutions at all. And as people struggle, they, as I said, can at least hope that there would be some recognition of their struggle and the toll that such complicated matters may have of them. And it doesn't always work. And there appear situations such as COVID, which only make matters worse or more complicated. But in the long run, there appears to be at least some hope. And I would conclude with 2 examples. The diversity of the arrangements is also very well illustrated by the fact by just how many names and nicknames exist for grandparents in the US, to the point that there are maps suggesting where one way of addressing your grandparent is more common than the other. And to be even more optimistic, I'd bring an example again, amidst all the serious discussions and all the lamentations and all the panic. All of a sudden you read a letter to the ethicist in the New York Times, which says the following: I am absolutely against my 100-year-old father getting married to this woman, and I will not attend the wedding. Do you think it's okay? I do not trust his wife to be. She is 75 years old. She's a Black widow. And I'm very concerned about my father, but I cannot convince him otherwise. It is his life and it is his decision. Not to in any way make this matter just a humorous one, because I can imagine that it might be a very serious topic for the person who wrote this letter. But perhaps if such examples exist, at least it does give hope for longer life, and may this life be perceived as successful by more people, be it in the US or elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions?
May I put a question?
Of course.
The presentation is great, actual, but I have a question. What is your vision of the power of attorney? Because the power of attorney is the key in relations, especially with old people. I did not, maybe I missed, but I did not hear your vision.
No, I did not. I did not discuss the power of attorney. I did not discuss DNR, and you're absolutely right. And thank you for drawing everybody's attention to that. I think it's a very contextual question. It's a sort of a culturally laden question. Obviously, many issues of that matter, including writing a will, delegating power of attorney, making very difficult financial decisions, have to be handled when a person is still capable. And according to the statistics, and I'm sorry that I did not include it into my presentation, the baby boom generation seems to be quite reluctant to do so. And people wait until the very last moment when it's much more complicated and much more murky. So it is encouraged. It's encouraged by counselors. It's encouraged gently, I'd say gently encouraged by doctors and nurses and, all kinds of consultants. But there are situations when legally there is not enough, and it has to be resolved when people, for instance, are cognitively impaired. They may not have full-scale dementia, but they may have problems. And another thing is that for medical workers, again, it's a complicated matter because many procedures and many sort of steps in medical care are highly formalized, and there is quite a bit of bureaucracy. And obviously, with the lack of clear guidance, it's quite difficult to decide what to do, especially when somebody is not communicating directly with a person, but there is either a cognitive barrier or a cognitive and a language barrier, which is the case for immigrants or some other issues. So it's as I said, it's very much encouraged, but it's not always done, and it's not always present. In fact, the same is true for grandparents and grandchildren. There are at least 4 different ways of becoming guardians with fewer or more stated responsibilities for your grandchildren. And again, it's not the guardianship is not always stated. So things have to be resolved, as they unfold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Irvin had a question also. Надежда, yes, and then Irvin.
Я не нашла, где поднять руку. Мария, я могу задать вопрос?
Пожалуйста.
Да. Мария Владимировна, я на краткий ответ рассчитываю, чтобы не занимать много времени. Скажи, пожалуйста, путаюсь, то ты, то вы. Скажи, пожалуйста, если заниматься этим вопросом, Ладно, спасибо, спасибо, Машенька, спасибо. Короче говоря, ну, если ты занималась, вопрос будет наивно простым, а значит сложным. Если бы ты была, допустим, чрезвычайно, так сказать, прозорливый, единый вопрос. Скажи, пожалуйста, как ты считаешь, что должно было бы в идеале, я спрашиваю, сделать государство для, грубо говоря, стариков? Вот в любой стране. И что, если знаешь, что делает очень хорошего США? Короче, какова государственная политика в отношении пожилого населения? И третий хвостик. Знаешь ли ты такую страну, где старикам жить прелестно?
Все сложно. Вот, про прелестную жизнь не знаю, слышала хорошее про Германию, слышала и знаю просто хорошие примеры. Вот специально скажу изолированно про Москву последних 2-3 лет. Такой вот
Про Москву
неожиданный.
мне не рассказывай.
Вот.
Про
Вот,
Москву мне не
вот.
рассказывай, Маша.
Но изолировано. У самой более был, честно скажу, сложный опыт в Москве. Именно сложный, неоднозначный. То, что то, что говорят здесь, ну, конечно, настроения на самом деле действительно панические, потому что и врачей может не хватать, и денег не хватает, и все дорого, и очень много неотрегулированных моментов, например, какие? Вот человек попадает в больницу, и тогда страховке полагается оплатить ему визиты на дом, например, физиотерапевта и сестры. А человек в больницу не попадает, но лежит дома с похожей пневмонией. Просто попался другой врач. Все-таки протокол хоть и жесткий, но он не настолько же жесткий. И его отправили домой. И он как бы сказать, проваливается. То есть очень много незакрытых моментов. И особенно для людей, у которых собственных средств не хватает, и с одной стороны, а полностью они не настолько, так сказать, лишены средств, чтобы попадать под полное покрытие. Это один момент. Второй момент – это действительно нехватка рук, потому что люди, особенно с деменцией, хотя и не только, даже попадая в хорошие больницы, очень трудно ухаживать. То есть это вот что-то должно, так сказать, происходить, чтобы буквально производить и финансировать не только геронтологов, но и доплачивать. Еще один момент – это решение вопросов проживания и его стоимости, потому что для людей, например, согласиться на программу, когда ты все распродаешь и переселяешься в поэтапное, такое специальное, в такую поэтапную институцию, где ты начинаешь с независимого проживания, а потом ты двигаешься дальше, и ты уже, так сказать, можешь закончить на больничной койке, пугает людей, потому что это настолько дорого стоит, соответственно, потому что мало дополнительно субсидируется, что решиться на подобное, особенно не будучи еще совсем дряхлым и совсем несчастным, в общем-то, очень сложно. То есть вот эти финансовые решения, они действительно неоднозначные и не очевидные. Поэтому то, что делается несколько больше, чем раньше, и не может не делаться, ну, в общем, как-то с этой категорией населения же нужно справляться, совершенно очевидно недостаточно. Ну и, конечно, то, о чем сегодня сказали, в общем, трудно с этим спорить, страховки медицинские, в том числе и страховки для пожилых людей, это, конечно, хитро организованная система, и это все-таки не не бесплатная медицинская помощь, и очень многое либо не полностью покрывается, либо не сразу покрывается, как я уже сказала, либо ты, так сказать, ты должен пройти огонь, воду и медные трубы и доказать. И опять же, для пожилых людей нужны дополнительные силы и дополнительные ресурсы. Но это вот из того, что пока удалось понять. То, что больше уделяет внимание, то, что больше делается, то, что, повторюсь, меняется отношение, ну, это все так. То есть какие-то проблески света есть. Вот. А
Спасибо
вообще надо
большое.
больше погружаться. Вот, так сказать, исследующим. Прямо вот
Спасибо, Маша.
нырять.
Irvin had a question. Irvin, did you have a question?
Yes, well, I would like to make a brief comment on the last two reports. In the case of women's rights, I'm entirely in sympathy with the expressed by the speaker who talked about them. But furthermore, I live in an area around the city of Chicago, where a vast majority of the population would certainly be in such sympathy. As you probably know, there's going to be an election for the presidency in the next year in the United States. The man who is now as president would be very sympathetic with the views expressed about with the views expressed about women's rights in this program. But he would have to be reelected in the next national election, which will come up next year, in order to affect this. If he's not elected, I think it would go in a very different direction. Now, I was born in a city in Ohio. There were some comments about that state in the previous talk here. And I can tell you that although there would be some people who would agree with me about women's rights in the city of Cincinnati, where I was born, there's also a very powerful and large number of people who would be very much against it, who would take issue with many of the issues brought up by the person who made that report. It will depend, of course, on the next election. President Biden has expressed himself to be entirely in sympathy with what was presented here. His opponent may think somewhat different. As I say, I live in an area that would be very sympathetic to it. However, I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio. That's different from Chicago, of course. And in Cincinnati, Ohio, you would find many people, perhaps even a majority of people, who would disagree with it and who would want to go in a very different direction. Now, when it comes to old age, I'm now 95 years old, and I know something about the problems of old age. What you used to know, you don't know now. The way you used to walk, you don't walk now, and so on and so on. It's possible, of course, it's possible to deal with it. It's possible to do all kinds of. I'm a retired professor at the Northwestern University. I deal often with manuscripts that are given to me to make comments and so on. And of course, this gives me a chance to be active, but it's that sense of activity and that sense of still being with it that deal with many of the problems that were brought up. I'm perhaps expressing myself never clearly, but I'm perhaps not expressing myself very clearly, but I think you may well understand what I want to say.
Yeah. May I ask you, Irvin, about this Medicaid and Medicare? Do you receive some of it, Medicaid or Medicare?
No, I personally do not receive it because, as a retired professor, my health requirements, my medical health requirements, are met by a different organization. But of course, I'm in sympathy with what Obama passed is this so-called Obamacare, and I do hope that the opponents will not have strength to push it away.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your comments, and just wishing you, great health and that level of activity and clarity. And please do not have any doubts. You are as as sharp as it gets. And this is a very sincere comment on my part.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, then we move to the next speaker, who is Tanya Sertseva-Pavlovska, who will be talking about Louise Erdrich and a woman's search for identity in her as a way to success in the novel The Night Watchman. Please, Tanya.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we see.
Okay. It's a pleasure as always, and thank you for having me this year. It was really difficult, as I mentioned before, to choose a topic that would inspire me because of the success issue. But I somehow decided to talk about Louise Erdrich. I think even though in Macedonian it is transcribed as Erdrich, but I believe that it's Erdrich, how the Americans pronounce her surname. So I got fascinated by this writer a couple of decades ago when I was writing my thesis, and I chose several characters from her two books, Tracks and Love Medicine. I think that she has this gift of masterfully presenting like this incredibly powerful and mysterious female characters, Native American women, who not only just captivated my attention, but they opened an entirely new perspective for me. Because I was already stuck with African American question and African American women's writing and Toni Morrison in particular. So it was Louise Erdrich who somehow inspired me to read more of Native American women's writing. But she's, I think, by far the most famous and I think one of the most influential Native American female writers of today. But somehow in this course of past several decades, even though she produced a number of novels and poetry books and I think children's books as well, she always managed to capture in detail this Native American sensibility and the tradition and the setting. But also she's always touched these tragic destinies of these people and their hardships and their everyday struggles and the challenges. And then somehow she mesmerizes not just the academic circles and the critical community, but also like millions of devotees worldwide. And also she manages to masterfully portray contemporary American women who are actually the core of the indigenous communities. And her texts are quite provocative readings, and they're created with this quite outstanding skill and craft work to include this wide-ranging points of view of events, and there's this like a lot of intertextual allusions, even time disruptions, dislocation, and always she focuses around her native community, which is the Ojibwe or Chippewa tradition and heritage, is the tribe that she belongs to. And it's always with such outstanding consistency, and her characters are quite palpable and realistic and very, very much human-like. through Erdrich, we witness like this chronology of annihilation and violation and destruction, and somehow the deliberate assault of the old traditions and values of the indigenous peoples, through this assimilatory introduction of the so-called emancipation. I know that, again, the topic is success, but I need to just touch a little bit of politics to come to my point. And in this manner, just I want to say this: such democratic standards and values was like was in effect a specter of well-planned actions whose main purpose was a systematic emancipation or extermination of American Indian tribes. The novel that I'm going to talk about is 2021 Pulitzer winner. It's called The Night Watchman, and it's based on the extraordinary life of Louis Erdrich's grandfather. His name is the character's name is Thomas Muskrat Wajashk. I think I'm pronouncing it well. Who indeed, so the character, just like her grandfather, worked in a jewel-bearing plant as a night watchman, and who at the same time organized this struggle against the native dispossession from the rural North Dakota, and all the way to the House of Representatives in DC. So to be more precise, as Erdrich writes in this introductory note of the novel, the text itself is based on a series of letters that her grandfather wrote, as well as his attempts to organize the community to fight this termination bill, which was introduced by Senator Arthur Watkins in 1953. And Erdrich intentionally uses Watkins's real name for the character, which is based on him in the novel. She also uses the transcripts from the actual congressional hearing. And Watkins was, in fact, the man who introduced the termination bill in an attempt to help the Indians assimilate into white society, as prophesied in Mormon scripture. So it's like a quote. And Watkins's bill sought to abrogate the treaties that were signed between Native American tribes and the United States government, as well as to dissolve the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Sorry, I have a problem with the, the passing of the bill on August 1st, 1953 didn't immediately eliminate any Native American tribe, but it somehow established the termination as the United States government's guiding policy. And it, I think, laid the groundwork for the US government also to target individual tribes for termination, which is like a euphemism for emancipate. So we say emancipate instead of terminate, which was in a way politically orchestrated tactics to avoid this politically incorrect term associated with, the reference to the final solution and the termination of the Jews. So just like the word relocate, which is another fancy replacement for remove. And these tactics are used in politics and political discourse, I think, more or less to this day. And the events of the novel both directly impact and are in communication with the present moment. So actually, it's about the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa, which is the tribe in question, for which Erdrich's grandfather was the chairman. And it was one of the first tribes the government actually targeted. So The Night Watchman actually presents this fictional account of this real life events that led, from an initiative. It was like something to be done on a collective level. So to do something, they even started raising money through a series of box matches, and they decided to set off a group of Chippewa delegates all the way to Washington, D.C., and they successfully testified in front of the Congress's Committee against the termination of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa. So by keeping these actual names and dates and transcript records, testimonies, it is in a way, it assists the underlining and stressing the fact that the novel, even though it's a work of fiction, that somehow racism that animated throughout 1950s, and you know, all these names of politicians and the polities, it's not an abstract notion, but it's not made up or fictionalized, but it's something that happens. And on the contrary, it is a part and parcel of history of the United States, representing racism, oppression, and replacement as deeply rooted, embedded in the foundation of the state, persisting, as I said, even up to this day. The fact that the main storyline, which relates to the termination era, when the government was politically emancipating, the relationship between the federal government and over, I think, 100, I think around 108 tribes, was not far back in the past. So it was like it happened in the 50s. And I think I find that even more distressing, especially having in mind that the tribal specific termination process was like a methodical procedure. It was like very long progression, which included several components. First, it was about ending of trust relationship, which is the federal government holds with the property in trust for the tribe, the trustees, the United States, and the beneficiary are the Indian tribes. The lands would be sold and assets would be transferred to individual Indians on per capita basis, if I'm not wrong, or tribal corporations as well. And the tribal grounds would no longer be acknowledged as of an Indian tribe. So that was for the purpose of the political and constitutional system, which it did not really mean that the tribe was eliminated, but the tribe continued to exist, but it no longer had trust assets, and it ceased having any sort of relationship with the federal government. Also, in effect, all the land became taxable by the state. Income tax was applicable on former reservation. The other thing is that agencies that were in charge of relations between the tribes and the government, which is like the Bureau of Indian Affairs within the Department of Interior, and the Indian Health Service, which was part of the HHS, according to this bill, meant that these two agencies would transfer all the services to the state and the state departments. Ultimately, the bill, the tribal sovereignty was to be affected as well with it. So tribes which were said to be sovereign or half or quasi sovereign over their territory, but after all the land is taken out of trust, then it no longer belongs, it's no longer an Indian country for the purpose of the federal law, which means that ultimately, you know, the state's jurisdiction was over the entire land was not any more regular free land. So the tribes now did not have the authority over their own Indian reservation. So like trust allotments or dependent Indian communities. So as I understand this whole idea, this whole politics. So with Erdrich, she somehow weaves the strategies and wisdom of the council members who knew that the bill isn't about the freedom that the Congress was professing, but it was in fact about termination, and that it threatens the rights of the Native Americans to their land, to their own identities, and so on and so on. However, I would go a bit further, because the problem somehow exceeds the complexities of issues of land and band. But it was also a systematic process that had a huge impact on women. Erdrich's narrative develops a step further, centering on women's voices and their experiences of violence, also giving them human names and real life stories, just not to just exploit them, but to just for the purpose of, closely familiarizing us with their actual pain. So the Native women's problem is something beyond mere termination. It is, like, again, multifaceted story, which is an addendum, just in addition to this problem, because the tactics of violence and tribe control targeted Native women more specifically and more harshly. And therefore, for Native women, just success was to simply stay alive. So beyond these actual cases of kidnapping and killing of women and sex trafficking, there were numerous accounts of women, Native women, having their genitals mutilated, breast serving as fabric for tobacco pouches, and so on and so forth. I don't even want to just mention it because it's so disturbing. So they were subjected to repeated cases of rape and assaults and torture. Their bodies were defined as dirty and vile, available for sexual exploitation and just disposable. There's this, I need to mention Andrea Smith. She's a UC Riverside ethnic studies professor. She was accused of falsely claiming to be of Cherokee heritage. I'm not delving into this issue, but I'm just saying that she at one point she said that when Native women suffer abuse, it's an attack on their identity as well, as not just the identity of being a woman, but also the identity of being a Native woman. So these issues of colonial, racial, and gender oppression cannot be separated. And moreover, we have to consider even eugenics as part of the termination policy. There is no precise account on how many Native American women were sterilized during the 1950s, 1970s. Some even estimate. So I found statistics online, so I'm not, again, quite sure about the numbers, but around 40% of Native women of childbearing age, which had a massive impact on the continued survival of Native people. So the levels of trauma were multi-generational. And adding to that the levels of poverty, so made life for Native women unbearable, leading to identity questioning. In this respect, once again, for Native women, very often success meant just to stay and remain alive. So I would just like to focus now on the somehow I find this as a case of success, true success hashtag, through the parallel storyline of the narrative, which focuses on Thomas Wojciech's niece. Her name is Patrice Pixie Parento. She works in the same jewel bearing factory as a day worker, which is also very ironic because they were producing this small parts that were used for guns that again were used to kill people, which is another story. But she's a very intriguing character. Her family is consisted of an alcoholic and abusive father who neglects all the family responsibilities, forcing this young woman to hard labor so as to support the rest of the family. Her brother Pokey, her mother Jeanette, And Vera is her sister. She left for Minneapolis with her boyfriend and is missing since. And she's alleged to have had a baby somewhere in the city. So Patrice is very much disturbed by her disappearance, and she even decides to take days off from work and to go on a quest to find her sister. And all on the journey, she experiences racism almost immediately, foreshadowing all these dangers of the world that Patrice will enter right after leaving the reservation. She discovers harsh, very sinister urban world, which toughens her character, but also paves the way to success. By success, I mean that she stays alive, she survives and stays alive. She somehow reaffirms her identity. She fights numerous forms of misogyny, and eventually, upon returning home, she even sets her mind to go to college, which is, to me, maybe the ultimate success story. And also, I want to mention not just Patrice, but also her sister, because these two characters are somehow inseparable within the plot line of the story. So through them, Erdrich investigates several other important Native women's aspects, delving into themes of gender oppression, racism, sexual abuse, and urban crime victimization, which is also important because all of these things and more happened to American Indian women when they moved to urban communities. So they somehow became targets, became victims of masculinity, and they became even more vulnerable because they were exposed to this more violent and abusive outside world. And somehow Native women tend to be vulnerable not only outside of their communities, but also within the reservations. Sometimes they're defenseless against abuse, rape, murder, and sexual assault. And this is a theme that we see throughout the book, alongside the termination problem. And it affects Vera, it affects Pixie, but Vera in particular. So both of them are in a way victims, which is like a vivid indication that Native women are more exposed to this enforced policies. Because, for instance, Vera, the moment she leaves her community and she dares herself to somehow enter this urban setting, she starts to be exploited, which is not very explicitly presented in the novel. We don't know what exactly happens in Minneapolis, but it's clear that it is something very foul, that it's abusive. She's being sexually exploited, and it's even implied, that there's like this several broken, cryptic like snippets that she's put somewhere on a ship around the Great Lakes, and all the sailors, they just come and go over and over again until they finally dispose of her. So sex trafficking, as I understand, is a problem even today. Not uncommon for Native women. So they being kidnapped and put on freighters to the Great Lakes, and they're being repeatedly raped while they're on these freighters. And similar thing happens to Pixie, only she's being exploited at her workplace. And she's also tricked into working under a life-endangering condition. So it's somehow what Vera goes through, and then many Native women, what they face in the urban settings, is just fortunate enough to survive, because existence always exceeds essence. Somehow great success for a young Native woman, not to be killed. So the alternative was death. So I just very briefly again about the statistics that I've mentioned is that it's not, this is not just fiction that Erdrich is writing about. And that's even more daunting because the statistics from the Urban Indian Health Institute, actually, that surveyed 71 US cities say that, and the results are really striking, that Native American women make up a significant % of missing and murdered cases in those cities. And not only is the murder rate 10 times higher than the national average for women living on reservations, but the murder rate is the third leading cause of death for Native American women, which is, again, startling and shocking. And again, if we have in mind that only just that Native people make up only 2% of the US population. So that really articulates a huge problem. Professor Sarah Deer from the University of Kansas estimates that the conservative number of Native women who are victims of sexual assault is 50%, or perhaps even higher. So these vulnerabilities and abuse should be looked into both urban communities and within reservations. But why? Urban communities were very much an interesting topic because they were they were part of this relocation programs, for Native Americans. So to relocate them, to remove them from their own setting and just put them in another environment which is detrimental for them. And this sort of relocation programs, urban relocation programs, they were mostly being based on false premises that life is so much better over there, which wasn't the case. And Erdrich demonstrated this through the example of Patrice, that once she arrives in an urban area, and she finds job as a water jack, performing in front of a crowd for some petty cash. She realizes that the water jack suit is overly toxic, turning her skin blue and smelling of chemical perfume, and it already killed a person and harmed another one. So it's presentation of the toxic environment and very dangerous environment that the urban setting presented for Native American women. So also when discussing women who went missing in such urban areas, in part of this government's urban relocation program, along with this termination bill, women who were exploited or victimized are even further daunting because of the fact that these impoverished Native women suffered triple oppression. It's like based on race and class and gender. So this intersectionality becoming also a Native American experience. So if we have in mind misogynoir, the coinage, it to me very, very, very quickly became misogynative, meaning that if misogynoir is a coined word used to describe this discrimination against those who have this intersection of being Black and a woman, misogynative then would just refer to a similar form of discrimination, only translating this severe oppression against those being women, being poor, being Native American, and deprived. So misogynative meant that Native American women who came from poverty were beyond help, even if even when they went missing. They were just seen solely as a utilitarian asset, serviceable for fulfilling sexual needs of white men, after which they would usually dispose of them or even kill them. And this is why only the families would go into the unknown to look for them, like Patrice went to look for her sister Vera, because the police and the authorities wouldn't. And in this respect, furthermore, success for Native women was not just to stay alive or to fight misogyny, but also to keep their own identity. Identity practices today show that identities are very closely tied to specific and time configurations, which can be in a way understood along with the phenomenon of chronotopic identities of Mikhail Bakhtin. I don't want to delve deeply into Bakhtin's theory because of the time. I just want to say that how individuals, how Native women would occupy this concrete time-space context finds socio-historical reflections in social realities and practices. And to Bakhtin, they are responsive to the movements of time, plot, and history. And in short, we may explain that this connectedness is this representational capacity of this literary chronotope, which lies in the inseparability of time and space, in constructing narratives in particular, and characters and responsible actions. So identity is also, in this case, chronotopically organized in captivating time, space configurations that are never random. I just want to say that success is also reaffirming this occupied time space context against all odds, challenging your own limits, but through learning, understanding, and preserving your own identity. Because the novel ends with the fact-finding statement and reference that the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa was not terminated. And it was like a huge, massive success on a general level. But for me, the highlight of the novel, the beacon of hope that I've mentioned, was towards the end, when this young woman eventually understands the power and the necessity of education. The education, I mean, beyond enforced boarding schools, meant to erase the Native heritage. So education which needs to surpass the realms of enclosed spaces. So like just preserving culture and nurturing the Native language as forms of cultural and spiritual survival. But she wants to surpass these boundaries of local, and she wants to enroll to the university. And though the question remains unanswered at the end, it's pending at the very end of the novel. We don't know whether she did it or not. So the fact is that Patrice is interested in becoming a lawyer, which is an additional symbol of hope and success, because she might find ways and succeed in fighting all the impediments she came across on the way to her true success as a Native woman. Just want to go back actually to this extract from the book, when two women lay in bed and they discuss education. Millie talks about the subjects she's going to choose, the classes that she's going to choose for the following semester, and then Patrice is listening and she says, "What do I do to become a lawyer?" And then Millie explains, and this passage ends. She slipped out of bed and walked over to the window, half covered with surging ferns of frost. Another car turned a corner and the patterns leapt out with green and golden fire. Alive, they seemed to say to her, alive. So in summary, the Night Watchman can be analyzed as Bildungsroman, just focusing on the formative process of the main female protagonist, just coming of age, morally, psychologically. But the novel has another dimension. It's a testimony of how difficult the way to success is for some, because we talked success that is not equal. It's the struggle with oneself, the acceptance of one's community, fighting the prejudicial society. And even though it might seem that as it was Churchill, I think, who said that success is just, walking from one failure to another. Because and it is so because success is not a shared thing. It's a blend of relative constructs determined in part by different cultural values. So what is success for you and for me and for a native woman is completely different, because I think that success is culturally demarcated. For some is, I don't know, hustling hard. For some is chasing career goals. For some is just the way, way to survive. For some is making making ends meet. But eventually, I think that for this young Native woman, success is not just surviving and staying alive, but also fighting hard the prejudicial world, reaffirming the self in the time and space, and also the self that she is and the self she needs and wants to become, which is only through the process of education. Спасибо большое. Thank you very, very much for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you, Tanya. Questions? Just before this session, there was an ethnic section where we've been speaking about changes also in present situation of Native Americans. And I think that this topic, of course, could have been also very topical there. But I suppose that our gender section shouldn't ignore also this ethnic perspective, and it was very timely for us and added to our understanding of the problem. If there are no questions, maybe some will arise in the chat later on. But what I wanted to ask, so we are practically half through our program. And it takes a little longer than maybe expected. Would you like to have a small break, for example, maybe for 10 minutes? What people? No. Okay, then
Preferably not.
Okay, then we proceed with the talk by Irvin Weil, who joined us from the morning, so to speak, session. And he will be speaking how success has been achieved in the USA in the 20th century on the example of one Jewish family. Also some more ethnic aspects.
As Larissa indicated, I'd like to talk about the idea of success in one particular family, with which I happen to be very close since the person is my father. In the latter part of the 19th century, there was a good deal of immigration into the United States by people from the Alsace-Lorraine region. As you probably know, Alsace-Lorraine is a territory lying between France to the west and Germany to the east. And among these immigrants was a man who was very much connected with horses and with places that house horses. In this family, the tradition was very strong with horses. And of course, in those days, horses were the major source of transportation in a place like America, and for that matter, Europe and other parts of the world. In any case, the family immigrated to the United States and settled in the city where I was born, Cincinnati, Ohio, which is on the northern bank of the Ohio River, and determines a kind of a line between North and South called the Mason-Dixon line. and it's on the northern side of that particular line. In any case, of course, they had children, and one of these was a young man who was very much entranced by the idea of horses, and so much so that he really didn't pay much attention to school and spent his early years working in the stables in Cincinnati. And of course, these horses provided the major kind of transportation that take place in that city. Well, as time went on, this young fellow became connected with the activities of the stables, the activities connected with horses. He was sent to Washington because at that time, this of course was in the late 19th century, at that time the government had need of horses for transportation, not only in Cincinnati, but all over the country. And when he was there, something rather interesting happened. This takes me to another side of the family. There was a Jewish family that lived in small Estonia, part of an empire in those days. And they decided they would like to emigrate because perhaps they could do better in the United States than they could do in the economy that existed at that point in the Russian Empire. And among these people was a very young woman. As a matter of fact, she was 3 years old when she was brought from Estonia to the United States. And they settled in a place called Charleston, West Virginia, which is up the Ohio River from Cincinnati. In this family, there was a father, of course, who had to work, who usually during the day would put on a knapsack and go around to the coal miners in that area. It's in the state of West Virginia, was a great coal mining area. And he would supply the kind of equipment that they needed to run their houses. And of course, this way he would make a living for himself, for his family. By the way, the family at that time had grown. They have quite a few daughters and sons. Among them was this young woman who had been brought at the age of 3 and who grew up at that time. And unfortunately, when she was in her young teens, her father suddenly died, and he was the support of the family. What was going to happen? She had a number of younger brothers and sisters who had to be supported, and a mother who didn't even speak English, who only spoke Yiddish, the language that Jewish people who came to this country often spoke. By the way, it's a very interesting language. That's a little off the topic of what I'm talking about. In any case, it was necessary for her, she was something like 13 or 14 years old, it was necessary for her to find a job which would give enough money that could support the entire family. Luckily, she came to a lawyer, a man named Mr. Littlepage, who was really very kind to her and who realized that it was her salary that supported the whole family, so he thought that she got a good family. Furthermore, they had a farm, and they would invite the whole family to come to the farm to get food that would last them for a week or so. So she grew a little bit older as a very necessary part of the lawyer's enterprise. And then he ran for Congress and was successful in that running. He went to Washington, and when he went to Washington, he brought her with him to serve as his assistant in the office at the House of Representatives in Washington. I suppose you know that there's in Congress there's the House of Representatives and the Senate, and in this case, he was part of the House of Representatives. She learned well how to handle his office affairs. As a matter of fact, one very famous family that was often repeated on our later on when I became part of the family that she raised, a man who had voted for this lawyer to go to Washington was very angry and said a lot of nasty things to him. He held his tongue because, after all, he was a skillful politician, and this was a person who voted for him. But once she left, he was so angry. He said to the woman, he said, "I want you to take a letter. I want you to take dictation." And he expressed himself in a very angry way against this man. She said, "Sir, I'll of course do what you tell me to do. Do you think it's wise to send such an excited and angry letter?" He said, "You go ahead and send that letter." Well, she typed it out and showed it to him. And he said, "Very good. And you send it right away so he gets it tomorrow." Well, the next day he said, "You know, you're right. I really went too far in the selling of this letter. Show it to me." Well, she took it out of her drawer where she'd kept it and showed it to him. He said, "You know something, you're wiser in some ways than I am." This was this is the kind of the personality this young woman had. And you might be interested to know that a little bit later on, she went to a dance where she danced with a man whose name you probably recognize. His name was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Of course, later on, he became a very well-known and very popular president of the United States. She had danced with this particular man. Well, time went on. At one point, she met this young man who had come from Cincinnati to market some horses that he wanted to sell to the government in Washington. And they were both invited to a dance for the young Jewish people in that area. And he came and he looked at her and he said, "You know, she's obviously a wonderful person. I wonder if I couldn't, well, shall I say, make time with her." And so the next day, he brought her a box of chocolates. And she said, "How dare you insult me by coming? You barely know me, and yet you want me to take a gift of a box of chocolate. You take that right back." Well, he turned out to be one of the best salesmen west of the Allegheny Mountains, west in the eastern part of the country. Eventually, he not only got into her life, but he said to me, "Look, will you marry me?" She said, "Marry you? How can I marry you when I'm the sole support of something like 6 or 7 younger brothers and sisters?" He said, "That's all right. I would take them with me to Cincinnati." Well, she was not entirely convinced. But eventually, she went to the lawyer, her boss, and she said, "Look, the young man has come, and I think I might want to marry him." He said, "What? And leave me?" He said, "You tell that young man to come here. I want to talk to him." Well, the next day, he came and talked. They went to another part of the office and came out an hour later. And her boss said to her, "This is a fine young man. He's one of the best young people I've ever met. Marry him at once." And that was the solution. So the horseman who had come to Washington went back home with a young woman who became his bride, and they founded a family. Later on, as a matter of fact, this, of course, by this time, this is in the 1920s, horses began to be replaced by automobile machineries that were produced by a man named Henry Ford. No doubt the name Ford is familiar to you. My father became the agent of Ford in the city of Cincinnati. Things went along somewhat smoothly. After all, it was a family that had been founded there. They were able to make their way in the United States. But it turned out that at a particular time in the 1920s, there was a national program sponsored by, unfortunately, a priest of the Catholic Church, of very strongly expressed anti-Semitism. And a part from some of the people from the Ford company came to my father and said, look, you'll have to leave. Mr. Ford doesn't want to have Fords associated, doesn't want to have Jews associated with him. Well, my father, after there was a contract where he was the director of this agency that sold Ford automobiles, he said, look, I'm going to take you to court. And he went to a judge and he said, look, if this man breaks the contract, that's against the law. And I want you to see to it that he doesn't succeed in what he wants to do. But if he wants to, if you decide that he should fire me, I will leave. But if he doesn't leave, it's going to be a very different thing. Well, as a matter of fact, the judge decided in favor of my family, and of course, he went on to be a well-known person in Cincinnati and to raise his own family. In the latter years of the 1920s, in 1920, I was born. I was the youngest in that particular family, and so I grew up with the stories around the coming to success, as you might say, of both my father and my mother. My father went on to carry out his business in the city with automobiles. He'd grown up, you understand, with horses, but now he grew up with automobiles. And in the course of things, he became a rather well-known man in the city. No doubt you know something about the sport of baseball. Perhaps you've heard about it. It's probably the most popular sport in the United States. The most well-attended. About news is always very well received by most people in the country. And my father decided that he'd had enough of selling automobiles. He would want to take charge of the professional baseball team in the city of Cincinnati. They were called, by the way, the Cincinnati Reds. In my autobiography, I've written a book called From the Cincinnati Reds to the Moscow Reds. In any case, he became rather successful with his baseball team, and he did well both for his family and for the city in running the baseball team in a rather successful way. One could call this also, if he was a success in founding a family, he was also a success in running this baseball team. However, as you probably know, while the stock market, I'm not quite sure what the Russian for the stock market is, but the stock market in the 1920s went very high and very fast. And my father not only dealt with that stock market, but he even bought some stocks on what we call, he bought them on the margin. That is, he didn't have enough money to pay the full price of the stock, but he borrowed enough money to pay for the stocks. And of course, in the 1920s, that seemed fine. However, in the 1930s, as you probably know, was the beginning of a very serious depression in the United States, probably the most powerful and the most widespread depression in history of the United States. And my father was suddenly faced with not being able to pay his debts in that baseball team, and he was forced to give it up. he was forced to, as we say, to go bankrupt. And of course, he had a family of 3 young children, the youngest of them being myself. So he didn't quite know what to do. So the 1930s came, and of course, the time of the Great Depression. And my father didn't know what to do, so he went back to trying to sell automobiles. And in my young years, I was faced with the learning something about the way of selling automobiles. At a certain time, in something around 1934, 1935, a friend of my father said, look, you're not going to be able to sort. Luckily, by the way, my father had 2 brothers who helped him in ways of finance. He said, in selling automobiles, you're not going to be able to do what you want to do for your family. You should learn to be an insurance agent. I suppose you all know what life insurance is. It's what people buy to make sure that if they should die, their family would receive enough money to live on. My father said, you know, I'm not sure I could handle it that way, but a very good friend of his, convinced him to take on the man who sold insurance, and eventually, with my father's personality and with his knowledge of the ways of human beings, and also being kind to human beings, he became the leading salesman of that particular company. And so, of course, I grew up with the idea of the insurance agent. As a matter of fact, my father, I think, hoped that I would go into the selling of life insurance, which, of course, had no appeal to me whatsoever. Well, the years went by, and eventually, I went through school, I went through high school, and the idea was I wanted to go to college. Where would I go to college? Well, as a matter of fact, the University of Chicago had been founded by a man who had some very, very interesting ideas about education. And among other things, in the field of humanities, he wanted to make sure that the students in the university would have some notion of world literature, the production of the ancient Greeks, the production of England, particularly the works of Shakespeare, and the whole image of literature that grew up around Shakespeare. And so I was put into the obligatory course of world literature. First we have the Greeks, and then do you know what they did? They gave us a novel of a man whose name I had never heard before. The name was Dostoevsky. And what we had to read was a novel called The Brothers Karamazov, Bratья Karamazov. Well, I was bowled over. Wow, what an incredible talent! What a powerful novel. He said, "Who was this Dostoevsky?" He said, "Well, you know, some Russian writer. We've heard about it." Well, I had known about Shakespeare. I had known about the Bible. I had known about many other good writers, but I had never read Russian literature before. I decided that, well, the next thing I did was to go to the bookstore and said, "Do you have novels by this man? I think he's called Dostoevsky." They said, "Yes, as a matter of fact." They sold me a copy of Crime and Punishment, Преступление и наказание. Well, I grabbed the book, sat down and started to read it. And the next thing I knew, the night had gone by and morning was upon us. I said, I am going to learn that language if it kills me. And so the next year, I signed up for a course in the Russian language. And among other things, I met the horrible thing called the instrumental case, Паричный падеж. And I decided that at that very time, I said, if I ever become dictator of Russia, the first thing that is going to go going to be sent out of the country is the instrumental case. Luckily for Russia, I never became, as you probably know, I never became the dictator of Russia. Well, time went by, and eventually, I was, after all, I was married by that time. By the way, by a woman whose parents came to Cincinnati from Russia. What was I going to do? I sought a job as teaching Russian, first in Cincinnati, where I grew up, and then I learned there was a position open at the University of Chicago, and lo and behold, I became a professor of Russian language and literature at the University of Chicago. And of course, my wife went with me. By that time, she had become a PhD in philosophy, and she found a job teaching in a university in Chicago, and I found a job teaching at the University of Chicago. And then it turned out there was an opening at a university, as a matter of fact, in a different part of Chicago, in a place called Evanston, where I was hired to teach Russian. And as a matter of fact, one of the people there said, "You'll never get these kids to study Russian. They'll never do it." I said, "Well, you just wait and see." And as a matter of fact, the courses that I was teaching in Russian there came to be a very important part of the university. My classes were loaded with students who wanted to study Russian, and as a matter of fact, some of them did very well. Some of them learned quite well to be Russian, and later on, they themselves went to teach Russian in other universities in the United States. And I went to a place called Northwestern University, where I taught for, I think it was 56 years. By the way, I was married with my wife for 66 years, and we had 3 children. Unfortunately, very sadly for me and for many people around me, she died about 6 or 7 years ago, and I am now a widower. And of course, I came to a point, I'm now 95, as I think I mentioned to you before. It was time to retire, and I was a retired teacher of Russian at Northwestern and also in other places. By the way, by that time, I came to Moscow every summer and stayed here for something like 3 or 4 months. And later on, I stayed in Moscow for a full year and got a job at the University of Moscow. Later on, I left the University of Chicago, I think I told you, to teach at Northwestern University, where I ended up teaching a class in 800 students, teaching a class called Introduction to the Soviet Union. As you probably know, there were many fights in the United States about what our attitude should be toward the Soviet Union, although we were all thrilled by the fact, as it turned out, that the Soviet Union played a major role in stopping the military activities of a horrible man, Adolf Hitler. I'm sure you've heard enough about this. I don't have to tell you much about it. And as I think I told you, I taught in that university for something like 56 years. My wife taught philosophy at another institution in Chicago, and we had what I think was a very satisfactory time. And now I come to you as another time when I'm going to be able to spend some time talking. Unfortunately, I can't come to Russia, but through the magic of the computer, I can talk with a lot of people, both in the Soviet Union by that time, of course, it wasn't the Soviet Union, it was Russia, by talking with people in Russia and also people at home around the university. This is more or less the story of my father's success, I think it's well to say. My mother's success, because she became a very active person in the social life of Cincinnati. And if success is being able to help people with what you do in your own work, then we achieve success. And here I am talking to you today about things that you know very well in the Soviet Union, and some things perhaps you didn't know, a place called Cincinnati and a place called Chicago. And that's what I want to tell you.
Thank you so much. And your story of life is, of course, very encouraging, I would say, that people can achieve things that are connected with their interests, that who are not delineated by their specific heritage, and who are ready actually to connect different parts of the world as you did. Maria has a question.
Yes, thank you very much for an extremely inspiring story, and so well told. I have two questions. Who was the main storyteller? You mentioned that you grew up hearing stories. Was it your father or your mother or both? And the second question is, did both of them or either of them had any specific advice on what one needs to develop to become successful and to feel successful?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, in answer to the second part of your question, I was very lucky to follow what my father said was you have to do what you want to do in life. But the one thing that we must never forget, that you have been trained to help other people, to be useful to other people. And I felt that teaching young people how to approach a very famous world literature, a very powerful world teacher, in that way, I was able to help people. And whenever somebody would come to me for help, I did what my father did. I tried to help them. When I came to Moscow, of course, I really wasn't in a position to help other people. They were in a position to help me. But whatever I did, whatever I came to do in the Soviet Union, and later on, of course, in Russia, was aimed toward the idea of helping people to make good things out of their lives, useful things out of their lives, and do things in turn to help people. I wanted them to have the desire to help people, just as I have that desire. And now, so, to tell you the truth, I've forgotten the first part of your question.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. Thank you. The first part of the question was who was the main storyteller, your father or your mother when you were growing up, when they would recount
that's a good question.
their younger years.
Well, my father was not much of a storyteller, actually. He was much more eager to do things than to engage in what might be called literature. My mother, on the other hand, was very fond of stories, and she sent me to places where I could learn. She sent me, as a matter of fact, to a Jewish religious school, where I not only learned something about the history of the Jewish people, but I also learned something about how you told stories, how you're able to get the a common experience of other people to some people who have had that, who have not had that experience, but who are eager to learn. And because of the fact that she sent me there, and I had contact with people who were marvelous at storytelling, I myself began to do it. And that's, I think, how it worked out.
Thank you.
Svetlana has a question. Switch on your mic.
Well, thank you for the chance to be able to talk to you.
The mic is not switched on, Svetlana.
I beg your pardon?
Svetlana, we cannot hear Svetlana because...
Сейчас слышно?
Да, сейчас
Слышно? Do you remember you told us at Zasurski chair faculty of journalism about your experience with Marshak?
I didn't quite understand. I talked about what?
Marshak, Samuel Marshak.
Marshak?
Yeah. Do you remember? As I remember, you to moment Samuel Marshak you met at Переделкино.
To tell you the truth, I really don't know much about Marshak, although I'm well acquainted with his reputation.
Корней Чуковский. Корней Чуковский.
Ah, that's a different story.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. Can you remind us?
And what is the question? The question
about this experience in Переделкино.
Might be that I Chukovsky very well.
Yes.
Here's how it happened. I was as a young student, I was eager to know something both about Dostoevsky and about other parts of Russian literature. And I was so entranced with the Russian literature that I'd read that I wanted to get some Soviet reaction to the stories that I was reading in translation. And I have to confess that I was very disappointed. The stuff that I read was much more propaganda than it was anything about literature. And so my friends at the university said, well, look, why don't you look up a book by a man named Chukovsky? That was the name that I had never heard before. So I went to the library, couldn't find it, but I went to the reserve library and got one of his books of literary criticism, and I was tremendously impressed. This man had a wonderful approach, powerful approach to the understanding and the popularization of literature. So in 1960, as you probably know, President Eisenhower signed an agreement with Premier Khrushchev for cultural exchange. And I was among the first in the group of Americans who came to the Soviet Union, whereas Soviet scholars came to the United States. And I was allowed to go to the Союз писателей, the Union of Soviet Writers. And when I got there, I said, look, who was this man Chukovsky? They said, you've got the wrong tense. He's alive. He is. I said, well, could I meet him? And they said, well, of course, why not? So they put me in a big Soviet limousine and sent me out to a place you probably know about, Переделкино, a place for writers. And sure enough, they deposited me in front of Chukovsky's, I've forgotten the word now, dacha, in front of his dacha, and there was a big sign, Корней Иванович болен, Корней Иванович занят, считайте его время. I thought, oh my gosh, what have I done? But I knocked on the door, and he said, кто вы такое? Who the devil are you? I said, ну, я американский профессор русской литературы. He said, oh, really? He said, come in. And he started to talk to me. And he said, if you don't mind, let's talk English. And sure enough, he talked English like the Queen of England, and I talk English like a kid from Cincinnati. I'll give you one guess who talked better English. Well, he said, the mites of days, come with me. So we went out, you know, of course, his Dutch, I don't tell you where it is, it's in the woods, or on the edge of the woods. So we went into the woods, and he said, tell me, why have you come to see me? And I said, well, and he was still insisting, of course, that I talk English, because he wanted to make sure that I was really an American and not somebody else. You can guess who. But no person from that particular agency talks English the way I do. In any case, I said, look, I've come to you because I know you were close to Gorky.
Yes.
Alexei Maximovich Gorky. Peshkov was the real name, of course. At that point, I was beginning to write a doctoral dissertation on Gorky, and I wanted to get reactions to him. And I knew that I had read that Chukovsky back in the 1920s had been the head of a, a committee set up by the Soviet government to translate the best of Western literature into Russian. And as some of you may know, Chukovsky had translated the poetry of Walt Whitman in 7 volumes. His English was, well, as I've told you, but perhaps better than mine. So I said to him, I know, and at that time, Gorky was the head of the commission. He had been appointed by the Soviet government to be the head of that particular commission. So obviously, I said to Chukovsky, you were close to it, and I'd like to get your reaction to some of his work. Now, as you probably know, in 1936, when Gorky died, the Soviet government published what they said was the way he died. Say he was assassinated by a fascist assassin. So I said to Chukovsky, is this true? Is somebody saying something? I said to Chukovsky, is this true? Can you tell me how Gorky died? He said, I was in the house where he lay when he died. And I realized that he was telling me something, but if I spread at that time, would have gotten him into a lot of trouble. He knew, for some reason, he knew he could trust me not to say it publicly. And from that point on, I learned a great deal about Gorky, both what he did, what he wrote, his life, and how it went, and how he died.
Okay, thank you.
I had supper at Chukovsky's house every Sunday night that I was in Russia. So we became very close to each other. As a matter of fact, he called me once his favorite American. I'm very proud of that.
Thank you very much, Irvin. Now we should go on. Так, дальше у нас по программе, значит, по нашей программе доклад участницы, которая заболела и потеряла голос. Поэтому переходим к докладу Айши Харисовой «Интеграция женщин в военную политику. Путь к успеху». Студентка факультета мировой политики ГАУГН, Москва. Пожалуйста.
Интеграция женщин в военную политику США. Путь к успеху. Можно, в принципе, переходить на уже 3-й слайд, на введение. Ага, спасибо большое. Итак, в данном докладе мы рассмотрим проблему интеграции женщин в военную политику США и, собственно, их влияние на развитие военно-политических отношений на примере двух выдающихся женщин, как Лиза Франкетти и Клаудия Кеннеди. Они, как и многие женщины, способствовали продвижению гендерного равенства не только в военном, но и также политическом и гражданском процессе. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Клаудия Кеннеди. Клаудия Кеннеди училась в Юго-Западном университете в Мемфисе, где она стала членом женского общества Капа Дельта и получила степень бакалавра философии в 1969 году. В июне этого же года Клаудия впервые вступила в армию во время беспорядков во Вьетнаме и получила звание второго лейтенанта в женском армейском корпусе. Важно отметить, что вот все дни женская и мужская служба были разделены, и военная служба не была лучшим выбором для выпускников колледжей, и женщины не были обязаны проходить службу. На протяжении своей карьеры Клаудия занимала ряд штабных и командных должностей, работая главным образом в разведке. Она говорила, что никогда не ожидала, что добьется таких высот, как сейчас. Командовала батальонами военной разведки и вербовки, а также разведывательной бригадой и провела службу в Германии и в Южной Корее. В своих мемуарах Кеннеди писала: «Во-первых, чтобы быть равноправным гражданином, я считаю, что вы должны нести равную ответственность, и когда ваша страна находится в состоянии войны, вы делаете все, что есть в ваших силах, чтобы помочь ей». 21 мая 1997 года стал знаменательным днем для Клаудии Кеннеди, ведь она стала первой женщиной в армии Соединенных Штатов, получившей звание генерал-лейтенанта. Она была назначена заместителем начальника штаба сухопутных войск по разведке, и под ее командованием состояло 45 тысяч офицеров. Однако и по сей день сексуальное домогательство остается острой проблемой среди женщин-военнослужащих в армии США. Около 20 тысяч служащих подвергаются сексуальным домогательствам в армии ежегодно. Среди них оказалась и Клаудия Кеннеди. Через 2 года после получения звания Кеннеди объявила, что в 1996 году подвергла сексуальным домогательствам со стороны коллеги генерал-майора Ларри Смита. Кеннеди направляет официальную жалобу, которая, оказывается, совпала с другими громкими скандалами, связанными с сексуальными домогательствами к женщинам в армии. По итогам расследования Ларри Смит получил официальный выговор и подал в отставку. Но спустя некоторое время Клаудия Кеннеди также подает в отставку. Этот скандал поставил решающую точку на ее военной карьере, однако Клаудия связала свою жизнь с политикой. В 2004 году она поддержала на выборах президента США кандидата от демократов Джона Керри и выступала в качестве его советника. Она известна своими высказываниями в поддержку сексуальных меньшинств и призывами к отмене политики «don't ask, don't tell», то бишь «не спрашивай, не говори» по отношению к военнослужащим гомосексуалам в армии США. Также Кеннеди является членом общественной организации проекта американской безопасности. В 2008 году в ходе президентской кампании Кеннеди высказалась также поддержку Хилари Клинтон по поводу вывода войск из Ирака. В июне 2010 года Кеннеди была назначена председателем консультативного комитета по делам женщин-военнослужащих Министерства обороны. Она занимала этот пост вплоть до 30 сентября 2011 года. Подводя итоги, на примере Клаудии Кеннеди мы можем проследить, как много усилий она приложила для достижения своих целей борьбы с гендерным неравенством в армии Соединенных Штатов. Ее целеустремленность и верность своим идеям помогли ей добиться невероятных высот и заслуженного уважения как со стороны коллег, так и со стороны государства. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Лиза Франкетти. Лиза Франкетти прошла обучение по программе подготовки офицеров резерва военно-морских сил в Северо-Западном университете. В 1985 году она получает степень бакалавра наук в области журналистики. Также она училась в военно-морском колледже и получила степень магистра организационного менеджмента в университете Феникса. Удивительно, что Лизе Франкетти было чуть больше 20 лет, когда она получила свое первое назначение руководителя группы из 67 человек в вспомогательном инженерном дивизионе корабля «Шинандуа». В одном из интервью Франкетти рассказывала: «У нас была отличная средиземноморская дислокация и самая высокая оперативная эффективность оборудования, которую они видели за долгое время. Наш главный инженер был не в восторге от присутствия женщин на флоте или его в отделе, но я считаю, что результаты работы подразделений и то, что мы смогли сделать как команда, изменили его мнение о службе женщин на кораблях. Хотя до 1993 года женщинам не разрешалось служить на боевых кораблях, Франкетти говорит, что в начале службы это был единственный случай в ее военно-морской карьере, когда она почувствовала, что ее воспринимают странно. Франкетти также получила большой опыт во время военных столкновений в Южной Корее с 2013 по 2015 год, а на посту командующей 6-м флотом США с 2018 по 2020 год, который базировался в Италии, Франкетти руководила первым в истории запуском ракет «Томагавк». Снаряды были выпущены с американского корабля «Джон Уорнер» для уничтожения военных кораблей Сирии, которые на тот момент находились в европейских водах. Важно отметить, что за год до привлечения Лизы Франкетти в военные действия по поводу сирийских кораблей в октябре 2017 года Конгресс США принял, а уже позже президент Дональд Трамп подписал закон о женщинах, мире и безопасности. Он отразил растущее понимание того, что такие факторы, как исключение женщин из мирных процессов, неспособность защитить женщин и оказать им помощь, стали ключевыми в распространении войн и кризисов, которые повлияли на национальную безопасность Америки. Что же касается нынешнего положения Лизы Франкетти, то кандидатуру Франкетти на пост главы военно-морского флота предложил в июле 2023 года Джо Байден. Тогда американский лидер подчеркнул, что на протяжении всей своей карьеры Лиза Франкетти демонстрировала обширный опыт не только в оперативной, но и в политической сферах. Ее кандидатура была одобрена в ноябре этого года 95 голосами сенаторов против 1. Один из республиканцев пытался заблокировать ее назначение в знак протеста против политики Пентагона в отношении абортов. До момента официального назначения Франкетти занимала пост исполняющего обязанности главы ВМС. Она также и вторая в истории женщина, которая дослужилась до ранга 4-звездного адмирала ВМС США. Так же, как и Клаудии Кеннеди, Лизе Франкетти пришлось столкнуться с гендерным неравенством среди своего руководства и коллег во время своей военной карьеры. Но, однако, это не стало для них препятствием на пути к достижению своих целей. Благодаря их труду и огромному вкладу в развитие военной политики США мы видим, что голос женщин был услышан и принят во внимание на правительственном уровне. Так, в июне 2019 года была принята очень важная стратегия по вопросам женщин, мира и безопасности. Она была в основном направлена на расширение участия женщин в обеспечении мира и безопасности за счет предоставления им полномочий руководителя и вносить свой вклад в развитие принятия решений. А в феврале уже 2023 года Белый дом опубликовал, собственно, доклад о достигнутом процессе в области реализации национальной стратегии по достижению гендерного равенства и равноправия. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. В заключение хочется сказать, что гендерное неравенство является, конечно же, острой социальной проблемой, которая влияет на жизнь миллионов людей по всему миру. Оно проявляется в неравном распределении ролей, обязанностей, дискриминации на основе пола, насилии в отношении женщин, неравном доступе к ресурсам и возможностям. И задаваясь вопросом, возможно ли полное разрешение гендерной проблемы, я отвечаю, что да, возможно. Но на это, конечно, понадобится силы и время как со стороны властей, так и со стороны обычных граждан. Ведь обеспечение гендерного равенства и равноправия уже стало не просто некой проблемой, но это уже необходимость просто, а достижение этой цели должно принести видимые результаты. На мой взгляд, вопрос о решении гендерной проблемы является дискуссионным, так как явные сдвиги мы можем наблюдать только в США, Канаде и лишь некоторых странах Европы, где действительно на протяжении некоторых лет предпринимаются попытки и действия в улучшении положения женщин во многих областях. К сожалению, лишь в первой половине 21 века все больше стран начинают только осознавать эту проблему, а этого явно недостаточно. Но, опираясь на политику США в отношении женщин и их роли в современном мире, уже можно сделать определенные выводы. Безусловно, женщины стали играть более важную роль в американской военной политике, и не только военной политике, но и в других областях на сегодняшний день. Их участие в принятии важных решений приносит разнообразие и новые подходы, расширяя возможности и перспективы военного политического курса США. На этом у меня все. Спасибо за внимание.
Так. Спасибо. Вот, все было четко и слышно хорошо, и нормально. Somebody wants to share their experience in this here. Maybe someone met women in uniform in the United States or in Canada. I can tell a small story for a minute about a woman I met at the conference on popular culture. And that was in the city of Madison, Wisconsin. This city is famous for its WisCon, the feminist science fiction conference that goes on for almost 40 years. And one of the participants was not a general, but she was also in the Navy. And she was definitely up the ladder, but she was studying science fiction, and she was speaking about the future. She was speaking about also gender possibilities, and she was looking as anyone else. So she was not something special, so that she wasn't put aside as some rare creature. So she was like anyone else, but she was in the Navy. So that was my impression, that she felt quite okay in her skin, so to speak, and in her position. Any questions? Thank you, Aisha. If not, we are moving to the last presentation for today. It is a collective presentation by our plenary speaker, Chris Cartwright, and a group of his colleagues, Maura Harrington, Sarah Smith-Orr, and Tessa Sutton, who will be speaking about their research on women's leadership during the COVID times. Their talk is called Women's Leadership and COVID-19 Pandemic, Navigating Crisis Through the Application of Connective Leadership. Chris, are you here? He was here.
I am back.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, and your colleagues too. Yes.
Yes, I see them here. So thank you. And many of you met me before, and I will tell you that I am feeling better, and I graduated to green tea, so I'm not totally uncaffeinated this morning. So let me share my screen and I'll get our PowerPoint up. While I do that, I'll ask my colleagues to introduce themselves to you.
Okay.
Maura, why don't you go first?
Great. Well, hello, everyone. Good morning. It's still morning for us. My name is Maura Harrington, and I'm with the Center for Nonprofit Management and with Connective Leadership, which we'll be talking about, and also serve as faculty for USC. I have a PhD in organizational psychology and applied research, and also an MBA from the Drucker Center. So, Tessa, I'll hand it to you.
Greetings. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I am an interculturalist and who serves as an educator and a business leader. And I currently serve in the role as an assistant superintendent for diversity, equity, and inclusion in an urban school district in Indiana in the United States. And I am a founder and a national thought leadership conference and of the Intercultural Relations Institute. And I've earned my master's degree in education from Indiana University and a master's degree in intercultural relations from the University of the Pacific in conjunction with the Intercultural Communications Institute, and my PhD in educational leadership from Indiana State University. And it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Mm-hmm. And to reintroduce myself, I'm Chris Cartwright. I'm faculty in international studies at the Portland State University Political and Global Studies unit. And but I'm also a consultant and affiliated with the Connected Leadership Institute, which we're about to talk about, as well as the COSI group and 2 or 3 other groups. So I've been around for a while. I got my bachelor's at the University of Michigan. I also studied at the University of Nottingham for a year during that period, master's, Indiana University, Purdue University, public administration, and then doctorate in adult education from Portland State. So let's get started here and see what we have going here. So we've done introductions. I'm going to talk a little bit about connected leadership and crisis leadership. My colleague Maura will talk about our study and what we did, and then Tessa will give a testimonial about what her experience of being a woman leader during the COVID crisis and what that meant. So our school was founded by our colleague and mentor, Dr. Jean Littman-Blumen, now an emeritus endowed faculty member at the Claremont Graduate Institute. And it started actually from a feminist look at why women were not getting promoted into leadership roles. So what was it that was keeping them back? And so she started studying the ways women led and found that there were ways that were unique and present. They were actually effective and being used, so successful, but not being recognized by others. So she started studying it and identifying it. And she first started, you'll see a star pattern here of the model in finding vicarious. Vicarious is the ways that you lead by mentoring and coaching others, and not necessarily needing to be present when they succeed, but having given them a lift up, supported them to move forward. And from that, she started finding many other ways to lead and founded this entire school and model and measurement. So within the model of connected leadership that Dr. Littman-Blumen founded, there are 3 areas. There is the direct area, I get my work done, I'm on top of it. The instrumental area, I bring people in, I make sure there are people who are involved in the work. And relational, I work well with my team, I support them, we get things done together. So those are the 3 areas that are generally involved in leadership in this particular model. Within the direct set, intrinsic is where you set your own standard and you work to reach it. Competitive is where you recognize other external standards and or people, and you work to better yourself, to do better than the standard or the other team or people. And power are the people who take charge, like our dear friend Larissa is doing today in monitoring the conference so carefully. Yes? Instrumental, the first one is personal. Personal is where you represent. You are there to be who all you are to be. Many of you have studied American culture, and we've recently had the anniversary of the assassination of President Kennedy. And his wife, at the end of his life, chose to be a symbol of what it was to hold the country together. And so she carefully spoke to scholars and colleagues around her to plan those weeks after his death so that people could symbolically and personally witness what it was to hold the country together, to honor a dead leader, and to pass leadership on to the next leadership. And she used herself as an instrument and a symbol. Social is when you network and you find all the right people for all the right roles and you use your networks. Entrusting is where you delegate and help people move up and try new things and support them in doing that. Entrusting. In your relational set, you may be collaborative. You may like to work in teams and groups. I will tell you that one of the joys of my work is collaborating with Tessa and Maura. They are a delight to collaborate with, and I never turn down an opportunity. Contributory is when you get to support somebody doing their work. It's like not necessarily directly what's supposed to be done for me, but maybe I'll help you. And it's a joy to contribute to others' work, and it's a way of leading to move agendas forward. And then, as I mentioned earlier, vicarious is where you coach and mentor and support people in their work. That's the general model. What we know about this model is that there are ways that if you were to rate these 9 styles in order, women might rate most important differently than men. They all have access to all of them. They all use them. But what is salient, what is most important to them, may change by gender and context. In our study, we were looking at ways women lead and did they pivot, change, or adapt as a result of crisis? Because part of this model is having access to as many of these leadership styles as possible to be successful, but also to be able to flex back and forth. And so you need a model of both strength and flexibility to use this work well. When we looked at crisis leadership, we found that there are things that people in crisis need to be able to do. They need to be agile, related to this model, multiple ways to lead. They needed to get it right in the first time. They need to identify ways of diagnosing and solving a labyrinth of problems, and to be willing to take in complexity, which takes a certain set of skills. They have to forge innovative solutions and be adaptive and connected. Envision and achieve goals, stretching initial problems beyond what is the usual organizational box that you used to work in. They have to think long-term, despite the crisis in front of you that says, do this now. This is the immediate thing in front of you. It's like, well, I could do that now, but in the long term, it's going to mess us up. So crisis brings a unique way of being a leader. And what we found, what we were looking at is, do women respond differently? And do they organize and work themselves differently in crisis with their leadership styles? Maura, we're on to you.
Thanks so much, Chris. So as we start to move into the research portion of this, something we'd like you to kind of think about in framing as you listen to our presentation is, how do these models, both the connective leadership and crisis leadership, explain leadership adaptations, modifications, changes that perhaps you have made during the COVID-19 pandemic and aftermath? An important thing that Chris mentioned is that, particularly with the connective leadership styles, one of the framing assumptions is that these are learned behaviors. And so you can learn to use other ones in response to the environment, and you can unlearn others so that you can really be flexible. So we'll come back to this towards the end of our talk. Chris, if you go to the next one, please. Chris mentioned we are really particularly interested in women leaders, and our prevailing hypothesis was that women's leadership becomes stronger and better in a time of crisis. And so we focused on women leaders and their leadership styles, both before the pandemic and after the pandemic. And we tried to have a kind of a broad range of participants that reflected all the sectors here, business sector, nonprofit sector, government sector, and different levels of leadership responsibility. We had a mixed methods methodology, where we had the quantitative data that we culled from their leadership styles. It looks at different averages and standard deviations, as well as we really had a deep dive into interviews and qualitative data. We want to be clear that this was a pilot study with a rather, a small sample. Next one. Some of the things that we wanted them to consider, and I should say that, they had taken the assessment, the connective leadership assessment, sometime before the pandemic hit, and then they took it for us again for the study. And we wanted that to be a context for them to be able to reflect on their own styles. So we walked them through a number of different questions and discussions about what was routine for them, and under normal circumstances, what did they lean on? And then how did the shifts in context kind of point them in different directions, so that we could look to sort of their pandemic model of leadership. We asked them to consider what challenges were in front of them, what goals they were trying to achieve, and what leadership behaviors they tended to use most frequently, and how did they respond to obstacles. We also looked at identity and cultural influences that may have had an impact on how they responded. And we asked them to think personally what was most satisfying for them, and also what was most challenging. And then what did they find as most effective? And so we ended our conversations with them about, what were some of their key takeaways about how this crisis impacted them and where they had grown as a leader. Next, please. When we talk about the participants, as I mentioned, small sample, 15, it was a deep dive with each of them, 8 from the private sector, 5 from the nonprofit or social sector, and 2 from the education sector, representing a wide range of ages from 20s to mid-50s across various ethnic backgrounds, and they were in various roles in terms of leadership. There was a lot of change that happened with them. 5 were promoted over the pandemic, and 5 changed companies. So that was an important thing to consider, and how that may have influenced how they led. Next. Some of the things that really provided interesting background were some of the common themes that we found around challenges in the workplace. Many of them mentioned that they felt like they had to do it all and called themselves like a superwoman. People expected them to achieve at high levels. Many, and actually all, mentioned the difficulties in working in a remote environment, whether it was isolation or difficulty in communication. They felt that sometimes there were unequal expectations of them as women leaders, and that they felt very challenged to prove themselves through this crisis. And then on top of that, they also had to manage and balance the pressures both from family obligations and work obligations. Next, Chris. What we found that, a lot of this disruption was actually productive. It kind of forced the issue that they had to take some time and reflect and understand how their perspectives may have shifted, and really how it led to a greater range of their leadership styles upon which they could rely. Many reported that they were now more flexible and had access to more styles. They also felt that they were able to use different styles, which is really important. So some of the ones that were more individually focused moved to those that were more participatory. And in particular, they felt that they were more able to contribute through the use of contributory relational to others' success. And so we saw scores, increase across the board. And what's interesting is that these pivots were reflective of their behaviors, both personally and professionally. So they felt that it had helped them on a couple different domains. And overall, that, once they had navigated these difficulties, they reported a better sense of self, increased confidence, and greater empathy for those with whom they worked, and also the communities and constituents that they served. Next, Chris. Really what we came away with from this study was that a better understanding of the complex challenges that were experienced during the pandemic. It also helped us really see and pinpoint the adaptability and the agility that's needed to address challenges that are new for folks, and with a greater focus, as I mentioned, on how do you serve constituents in a responsive and flexible way. We saw that this demonstrated growth in both the leadership profile, and we came across this word a lot, the pivots, to be able to use a wider range of styles that were linked and responsive to the situation at hand. And it also, one of the things in the model is it really showed the importance of focusing on inclusivity and the interdependence of our behaviors and our leadership styles. And what we felt that it really kind of underscored and validated the efficacy of using this model in crisis contexts. Next. And then finally, one of the things that we do in the paper we wrote around this is we tried to link it to how do we really look at connective leadership and crisis leadership and look at all these different elements. And some of the concepts that really emerged led to, some of these other related concepts about taking a whole person approach in work, in that people cannot always dissect or divorce themselves from their personal lives in the work environment, and really thinking about how that impacts how we show up at work and how we work with each other, and leans into how we take care of ourselves as well as how we take care of others. An important concept that arose was the need to set boundaries and how to use your voice effectively to be successful, not only in business objectives, but with working with others, and that it really pushes people to focus on what's important and, really being able to take action when you need to, because there isn't often that time and luxury to reflect a whole lot before moving on. And so we just want to point out here that this is related to what we call our 4 A's of leadership, and, what really signifies important concepts for successful leadership, in being authentic, in being accountable, also being accessible when people need you, and of course, what we've been talking about is being adaptable. Chris? And so now I'd love to hand it to Tessa to talk about her story as it's related to this study. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Greetings, everyone. So I want to share the application of the connective leadership model as a woman, as an assistant superintendent of schools and cabinet level executive leader, to solve complex challenges and discover the possibilities ultimately that led to transformative results for our students, our staff, our families, and our community partners. And just to give you a bit of the background in my role, I oversee 18 staff members, but we're responsible for direct impact on 3,000 employees and approximately 13,000 students. And so I want to just give you an approach in my sharing this case study, talking about the situation, the approach, and the outcome. And so the situation that we were facing during the COVID-19 pandemic, we were a new administration. We had a new superintendent, 6 new cabinet members, and we received longstanding financial deficits, educational inequities. We came in with having to pass a $220 million tax levy referendum. So we had to convince people to approve that. We were also under the supervision of the Department of Justice for racial discrimination toward youth and employees. And so some of those main issues and what the COVID-19 pandemic compounded those challenges included those particular issues that I just shared, but now our schools were closed, our community resource centers were closed, our parents needed immediate guidance, our events were canceled, we had ill employees, we had to instruct online overnight, a lot of the things that you all are very familiar with. We had to, in our urban community, because of economic deprivation, we had to serve as first responders because families needed to eat. And so we had to provide that. And then we had teachers' unions that needed, had needs and demands. And so when I think about the approach with all of these compounding situations, while I did not have to solve all of them alone, fortunately, the challenges required me to employ leadership behaviors to work across organizational lines immediately and to navigate ambiguity and difference and to achieve these results we needed. And so again, as a woman of color, you know, in a position that I just came into that's typically dominated by people who are not of color, I had to really find the best solution. And in this situation, I did not and I could not wait for someone to tell me what to do because lives were at stake, and the connective leadership model really offered me a range of achieving behaviors. And while I employed the relational leadership style, such as, the entrusting dimension, really I had to support my team's vision. I had to support them socially and emotionally, and I had to use their expertise because there were so many demands. I had to support them and we had to share successes. And so, but what I really want to point out is I had to lean into the direct leadership style, the power dimension. I had to focus on taking control to create order out of chaos. We had to establish processes that did not exist, the reporting structures for families and students requesting assistance. We were the source for the community. We really found out that we were the center of so much in the community. And so we had to really set up a communication food distribution centers. We taught families how to access Wi-Fi and to engage in e-learning applications. And we, really worked on providing resources to those with the greatest needs. And so when I think about, I told you about the situation, the approach with regard to some of those, the leadership styles and the outcome and the application of the direct leadership style in this situation resulted in 3.2 million meals served to families and children 3 times per day. And this number was from March to August, which is a very short period of time. We provided Wi-Fi to communities by way of our school buses. We ended up moving ourselves to communities so that people could access education. We reached thousands of youth virtually to provide social emotional support to lonely and scared children. And we ultimately did pass the $220 million tax levy in a community that really lacked trust for our school corporation, especially with the new administration. So as a woman leader, I had an opportunity to step outside the box to enhance productivity, to create inclusion in places where exclusion existed, and to foster collaboration in ways that we had not in the past, inspire dedication, and to promote fairness in the workplace and among our students. And I think the connective leadership model really offered me a set of achieving styles and behaviors that I still call upon frequently and value to achieve those particular goals in any crisis situation and daily. So I would like to return to the next slide, Chris. The question that Mara just posed just a bit ago, how do these models, connective leadership and their crisis leadership, explain the leadership adaptations that you make during the crises? We want you to think about that. And if you have any thoughts about that, type them in the chat box, or perhaps you can even, a couple of you might want to unmute yourself and share.
Because I'm presenting, I can't see the chat box. So if someone else sees a question in the chat box, please let us know.
No questions in the chat box, but could I ask from you as a superintendent, as you said that you applied TESA. The TESA applied direct approach, a command approach during that period, which resulted in what stage and what changed afterwards?
So when you think the direct approach, number one, I appreciate that question. When I think about the apprehension, coming in as a new assistant superintendent, as a cabinet level leader in a position that's really responsible for a lot of systems, I think about excelling more from my intrinsic belief in what I can do, what I had to do, and what I needed to do. I really developed that skill more broadly. In terms of also, mastering my own tasks, when I think about power and taking charge of a situation, I think also what changed was instead of, making the best decision for the group, for the organization, and thinking about all of those political lines that that's involved in a system, that direct approach really allowed me to synthesize and just make the best decision based on whatever was presented before me. So I just really strengthened my direct performance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
Let me see. I
Alionia?
see your hand. Yes.
Yeah, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I've got a question. Does your study come across some gender stereotypes, some maybe, stereotypical images on women's leadership? It's a question.
It's good question. Good question. Maura, what do you think?
My first thought is that we didn't look at that particularly, but what we did look at is sort of how age and length in career, and also some folks did talk about sort of who their peers were or who their supervisors were, but we didn't look, specifically at that. But that's something that we should probably, as we expand the work, that would be good. Yeah.
Thank you.
I know I interviewed one of my former students, and she pointed out that she had started working from home remotely and enjoyed that. And she said, I have a 4-year-old and he runs in and out of my office and brings me a toy or asks for a snack. And sometimes people see me folding laundry on the couch behind my desk. And I don't mind that anymore. I used to think that I had to hide those things, that I would be perceived as a bad leader if I showed that I had a family and family responsibilities. And now I think I'm being more authentic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I would add, I think that during the pandemic, when we really think about, and I think Mara spoke about this in the study, authenticity was present. And I think people were able to see and receive people's strength because that's what was needed. And so when you think about stereotypes or things of that sort, I think there was a lot more tolerance for what people bring to the table, because you needed all skills, you needed all talents, and from that, I think it really positioned everyone to be more adaptable and to continue allowing people to be in those positions of strength.
Thank you. Good luck with continuation of your wonderful study. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Other questions?
While people
Alex?
are speaking about thinking about maybe their questions, I have a very concrete question again for Tessa. As I noticed, you are from South Bend, Indiana. So we know this city because of Buttigieg, who brought it to the world's attention, so to speak.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So what about the school system there? Does it bear some brunt of this, banning books now that spreads around the country? Or because Indiana is in between, it is like Ohio in a way, if I understand it correctly. For example, when I was in Indianapolis, I remember very much the monument I saw there made of melted guns. perhaps you've seen it, dedicated to Robert Kennedy, who was killed then, and Martin Luther King. So, and it was done from melted guns, the whole sculpture. So it was a way to overcome the tensions. So, but still in Indiana, I felt that it is in between south and north, so to speak. What would you say about your region?
I would say, in terms of our region, it is, like you said, it is in the Midwest. It is also very close to larger metropolitan spaces. And when you think about South Bend, we are in the hub of the University of Notre Dame. So we're really quite a global, but still small town feel. We're able to provide lots of resources to people, but there's still, like any other city that's a mid-size, it's South Bend is around 100,000 people, and they still have a lot of urban challenges in the region and in the state as a whole, as it relates to youth programming and support, mental health supports, the economic situation that is present in the region. But one thing I can say is that the mayor, the superintendent, and the Chamber of Commerce, they are working very closely and doing lots of innovation to create a really great place for people to live and work and to play. So it's a very unique space because it's international because of the university, but also has the elements of an urban area.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So no banning books.
Yeah, I'm just not really, I can't really speak to that. I'm just not really able to speak to the banning books part that you referred to.
Because here it is discussed very actively, not even here, but online. I always follow this because we are in education business, and it is a stereotype, I would say, here in Russia is about America, that it has been always banning books, although it is not the case. But we have Ray Bradbury and his Fahrenheit, and we have other stories too. And when it started to escalate recently, of course, this discourse began to be also discussed here. So I just wanted to know more from you as a person on the side. So, but you said that it is not active, your side.
Yeah, that's just not something that that I'm just really hear a lot about, or in my particular space.
Thank you.
Alex.
Yes. Well, good afternoon. Alex Matveev. I'm a researcher of intercultural competence, author of several articles and books. And thank you for, special thanks to Tessa for a personal story, but also to Maura and Chris. And because at one time I was also in Ohio during COVID, and I observed similar measures that you were describing. And my conclusion is that Midwest, people in Midwest are very hardworking, and they took things very serious, maybe more serious than perhaps they should have, more serious than New York or West Coast, but that's my personal observation. And I see, in developing models, we always consider different factors, and COVID is sort of, it's an unfortunate factor, but it's a factor of external complexity or task complexity. And from your research, I understood that you had to apply more direct and instrumental leadership would you say that when task complexity or when crisis happens, people move more towards direct and instrumental leadership, or they use all branches of leadership in your model?
Well,
Good
I'll
question.
just start as you're thinking on that. For me, I think each situation calls for different aspects. It depends on the infrastructure and the system in which you're working. You know, for example, in our situation, I described what we were received or what was left behind for us. So that meant there were not a lot of systems in place. And therefore, if those systems were there, I may have leaned into a set of different leadership styles. But the direct meant that we had to pull our resources together very quickly and people to serve immediately in a space where there were no systems. So we had to build them. So that's really called for direct leadership, but also the relational side of having to take care of people whose families were ill, they weren't ill, they were isolated, and there was a lot of emotional aspects and while having to serve people. And people were afraid because they didn't want to contract the COVID virus. And so in this particular situation, the direct approach was absolutely one that we had to lean into because of our space, our context.
Thank you.
Laura, what comes up for you?
You know, it's interesting. I think it really shows how important the context is, because we found in some other environments, people who tended to be more direct actually were compelled to use different styles where they had to engage people, involve people, whether it was in decision making and in participation when they could. So it was a different kind of sort of motivational and engagement strategy. So I think that's one of the core things that we saw, is that folks were intentionally paying attention to their environments and questioning themselves about, do I respond as I typically would, or is there something different that's calling for me to maybe use a different style? And that's one of the core things about this model.
Yeah, and I would say, I remember at least in a couple of the interviews I did, people said they became more instrumental in that they networked differently. They knew you were there, but they didn't quite know what your talents were. And they really needed to find out what your talents are, because there was a talent shortage. And so now they found out that you had a talent or an interest in developing a talent. And so they were going to support you in developing that and entrust you to do it because it wasn't getting done. And so there was a whole different framework of saying, well, who's left? Who can? And maybe you don't work for me, but maybe you could volunteer for me, or I can give you a part-time gig contract, or, you know, so there are all these different ways to bring people in and get projects done that, you know, when you're all in the office. I remember I worked in an office that literally had a giant conference table, and we could put literally 20 people at this table. And the boss would come in and ask us all to sit there and go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, you do this, you three do this, you five do this, come back to me in 4 hours. And off we went. We couldn't come to the table. There was no table. You know what I mean? It was all virtual. And so we needed to recreate the mechanism of forming and reforming teams to create our work. And it was that ability to pivot quickly and going, oh, I really need an accountant on this one, or a fundraiser. I really need a good relational person, someone who people's warm and people want to sit with because they trust them, you know, or you know what I mean? And so you had to find the right people for the right role and encourage them to step up and do that. So it was a lot more about bend and stretch, pivot. Yeah.
I would add, this model brings structure to chaos. And when you're under pressure, you need to be able to think in a way that is going to be useful and productive, and that feeds not only you, but it also feeds others and supports others. So when you think about the layered stress of the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of times the way the brain works, it's just becomes, it can collapse, or it just really needs something to grab onto. And this model really says, hey, these are ways and some options and behaviors that you can implement in this particular situation. And so we found it to be I found it to be very helpful, and it fed not only myself, but others as well.
Yeah, so we did write an article on it, and here's the link to it, and I will copy that out and put it in the chat so you all can download it. It's a free open source. And then if you want to contact me and learn more about, and there's the URL for the Connective Leadership Institute. And if you have follow-up questions, feel free to contact me, and I can pass them on to either Tessa or Maura. Are there other questions that you folks have for us today?
Any more questions? I have one more question. I'm sorry for asking
Please.
so much.
No, that's great.
Concerning the topic I spoke about on freedom writers, and do any of you are any of you familiar with this method of teaching students? Is it widely spread? This Erin Gruwell's freedom writers method?
I have run into it in a few instances. My campus sponsored her to come to Portland State and give a seminar, and it seemed very popular, but maybe more so in the late 90s, early 2000s. And so, like many systems, they ebb and flow in popularity. But she still works and has an impact, and there are others who use it or something like it. I'm supporting a minister in Atlanta right now who's doing a big diversity training, and he uses a form of his model. My cat is wanting attention at the moment in Atlanta with to increase diversity, equity, and inclusion within his constituencies. That he's using it, not so much as a writing mechanism, but as a touring and reflection type of thing. Others, Maura, Tessa, have you been seeing much of it?
I would say probably I host something that's called Continuing the Conversation, and I brought in a speaker named Charles Person, who was an original freedom writer, and he worked with our youth. It was phenomenal. The students really gravitated toward the nonviolence and the peacemaking and the strategies that they implement. So I'm familiar with it from that vantage point. And I do think it's still relevant because, like I think Chris said, time and culture and situations, there's an ebb and flow. So I think it's always a really great model that was definitely successful during that time period. And I think it's still relevant today. But I was fortunate to have this gentleman come, and believe it or not, the students thought he was a rock star. I mean, they gravitated toward this original freedom writer. He's out of Atlanta as well. And he talked to thousands of students. They wanted to take selfies with him, and some of them went to visit him independently in his region. So yeah, it's relevant, it's impactful.
I'm glad. So I will be spreading knowledge about that here more.
Good for you. Good for you. That's exciting.
And maybe you might consider friending Charles Person. He loves doing this work, and maybe be a guest speaker on Facebook. He's very active. His name is Charles Person.
That's exciting. Very exciting. Love to share resources with people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So
okay, I will stop sharing. Presentation
Mhm. And the last people listening, we are less now, but not less attentive. And thank you so much for your presentation. Any thoughts about today's session or how to progress further? The first thing, of course, is trying to make it sort of neater in time. That, I suppose, will be Nadezhda's main замечание. But any more thoughts about today's session? So we have a suggestion to invite Charles Person, for example, as one of suggestions. Maybe some suggestions for the future. What should we do more during the session? Each research is individual, but still, what do we lack in our sessions? Everybody is satisfied. We do not lack anything.
I was fascinated by the breadth, you know, from the Native American to the military to the growing up Jewish, and then I Love Lucy. It was like, which is part of my childhood, and I'm going, I Love Lucy. The Russians are going to do a session on
I wanted to discuss with them this topic. That's one of my favorite TV shows, and I adore Lucy as a person. And she's nothing. She's not traditional at all. And I wanted to understand their view on that, but it was so hard to listen to these reverberations that we didn't get what they wanted to say.
I'm gonna divulge for something on Maura. She posted a picture to me. She couldn't send it to you. Her husband is Cuban, and her children dressed up as Desi and Lucy for Halloween. They're twins, and won a costume contest. It's an adorable picture.
I often show the students an episode where Lucy is a Superman. Lucy as a Superman, how she makes it, she cannot stand that children will be without the Superman. And so she impersonates a Superman, and then she's stopped by a pigeon on the window, not windowsill, but on the карнизе. Now,
the ledge.
The ledge, yes, the ledge, and but still, and then Superman comes, and he's more impressed by Lucy than by his own feats. He said that you are Superman, so like that. So she is traditional, of course. She's not a typical woman, and so I'll try to get their paper and see what they meant after all.
Very good.
Okay, then if there is nothing more to say, thank you all very much for presenting, for sharing some of your thoughts. And until tomorrow, we'll be having a section we'll be having 3 sections tomorrow. First, we'll be having journalism in the morning. Then there will be fantastic in the arts, and during the day. And starting at 4, there will be a roundtable on image of America and image Russia, like as imprints, like influencing each other. Okay? And if you have thoughts about the future topics, future directions, please share them. And then, Alena, I would also like, maybe you'll call me later and we'll discuss tomorrow roundtable. Okay.
It's wonderful. Thank you so very much.
Okay.
It's so great, so sweet. As in all times, you know, we're all together discussing something, you know, and it's sparkling energy. Thank you so much.
Okay. Then goodbye. Goodbye.
Thank you all so very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.